Well, well, well. Testing, testing. As always, nowadays I need to double check that all my freaking tech is working. And I think it is. Yo, Yami! Yami, thank you very much for the raid. Sorry, I didn't know. Oh, that's why the sound effect went off. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize because I should change my overlay or that scene. So if someone does that, you're the first use case. At least it should pop up there as well. Thank you very much, Yami. I do appreciate, of course, your support. I apologize that I wasn't there in person. I'm assuming you've already left. You said you just started. I got a dip, sadly, already, but have fun. Thank you very much. It was very fun watching your stream. It's good to see that you are a gamer in addition to being a photographer. Maybe, perhaps I can also, at some point, be a quote-unquote gamer. So yeah. And for any of Yami's viewers who are here, thank you very much. Yeah, welcome guys. This is day 113. I'm just starting off. I'll say I'm about 96% back to health. I woke up this morning feeling super excited, hoping that I was back to the grind, but I did have a bit of a cough in the morning that I couldn't have go away, so no gym. All I did today was I walked outside for a little bit, and that was my sorry ass excuse for a workout. But tomorrow I should be back into it. So yeah, in the meantime, I am warming up my voice and we're going to test it out. We're going to do another proper live stream today. It is now 7:12 p.m. my time. And the goal is to essentially go until midnight again. So what is that, like a 5-hour stream? That's the goal. So wish me luck. I will set up the TikTok live in a second. We're going to continue testing the TikTok side as well. In the past few times, I actually would try to go live on TikTok at the same time as my normal stream. However, there's just a few extra buttons that it meant I had to juggle as I'm starting the stream. Blah, blah, blah. So I figure if we continue doing this, I'll start this stream first. And then once I know everything is stable, then I'll start the TikTok stream. And then basically, yeah, we're good to go. Okay, so let me just double check that I have everything to start. I have everything except my beautiful cats. My cats are just kind of, where are they? Can I spy on them through these cameras? They were chilling over there earlier, and now they're nowhere to be seen. I see how it is, my pretty babies. They don't care. Anyways, all right. Give me a moment to catch my voice again. I've got this like vitamin C drink. Oof. You drop one of those pills in here, and then this one actually surprisingly tastes good, so. All right. Welcome, guys. So this is day 113. I have a full day of work, fun work that I'll be doing on stream. And what is that work? Well, let me load up. I'm going to power up a few things on my computer here so we're prepared. We're going to be doing a bit of photo editing and video editing. So we were doing a bit of that yesterday, and I'm going to continue in the spirit of that. We're going to continue going down that road. And this time I'm going to do my best to start focusing on my previous travels, right? So in the past, I want to say 2 months of streaming, 2 to 3 months of streaming, we got quote unquote distracted by the Nikon ZR. And I'm saying quote unquote because it's not a true distraction, right? I was happy. This is one of the best opportunities that I was given. So no complaints. But the kind of side effect of that was that I haven't had as much time to edit my videos for my YouTube channel, specifically for like my travel vlogs and stuff like that. So we're getting back into it. There's 2 things that we were starting to do yesterday. I'm going to continue is work on photos. So we're going to have a proper photo editing stream, and then at different points switch over to the video editing. So where were we yesterday? Yesterday, oh yeah, I'm already there. Yesterday, we went all the way until, this is basically the last day of the trip to Sri Lanka. So I haven't done any actual photo editing. Yesterday, we were just kind of culling. I don't know what the right term would be. God, it's going to be such an obvious term. But basically, I was just doing a quick review of all the photos, and then I started rating the photos. It's like a filtering system, right? So I was rating any of the photos that I thought were maybe like worth double checking on. And so we're not going to do any full edits until we finally get to like until we get to the final list of potential photos. Wow, as I go down this trip down memory lane, I'm zipping through all the photos that we're going to go through today. You can see here, sometimes I get enlisted by fellow tourists to be a photographer. Now, I'm not saying that like as if they forced me to do it. I was more than happy to. It was fun testing. You can see here, this is in Sri Lanka. They have this whole, you know, one of the appeals when you're in Sri Lanka is you do this like stick yourself out of the train while it's moving type maneuver, which I guess is somewhat dangerous, or you just got to be very careful, because there were definitely times when you could get hit by like some of the trees, like the tree branches or stuff like that. So yeah, actually you can see it kind of right there, you know, not that this would ever kill anyone, but these are things you got to keep an eye out for. So anyways, we're going to go through some of these photos. We're done with wildlife. Basically, this is the final day of the trip, essentially, where we went to like a famous town called Kandy, I believe. And then from that town, there's a train that goes by, and it's like a nice little photo moment. So yeah, this will be fun because it's a bit more portraiture. And it was kind of fun trying to photograph them, trying to figure out how to get this shot to look nice. And it was a first for me. Day Tour says, hey everyone, Guten Abend, Day Tour. Thank you for being here. We're doing a chill stream today. But like I said, I'm kind of metaphorically rolling up the sleeves, and we're getting back into proper photo and video editing sessions. And we're going to take slight, deviations. We're going to get distracted. There are a few things I'm going to be distracted by, including a few videos I think I should watch, because I'm trying to buy a clamp that I can attach a camera and a cage with the magic arm to a moving vehicle for my live stream. And I'm just trying to double check what are the best solutions, because the vehicle will be bumpy, it'll be shaky, it's gonna require the best quality. So I'm using something right now for this camera here. This is actually fixed on a clamp and like a magic arm system that I've got, but obviously this is a very stable camera. We're not in a moving vehicle, so it doesn't really count for really knowing if it's the best quality. So anyways, I'm gonna have to watch some of those types of videos as we work. But like I said, we've got this fired up, and we've got our DaVinci Resolve ready to go. So I did a few more quick little edits here to send over to a prospective editor. But yeah, this will be one of our next videos. And the cool thing is, I think this review that I was doing, so I filmed this assuming it's going to be one video that I send to an editor, and then I'll publish it onto YouTube. However, I ended up filming myself for about 30 minutes as I was kind of observing the backpack, going through all the features. It was like a first glance, right? So this is my first time actually kind of properly breaking the backpack apart, dissecting it. So because it's 30 minutes, it's way too long for like my initial video that I'm going to be publishing. But this is a nice follow-up video where I can just publish it in full, right, with minimal edits. And, just be like a follow-up video where it's like, hey, if you want my full thoughts on this camera bag when I first unveiled it, here you go. So anyways, 2 videos for one. So that's one thing we're going to work on, but not on this stream. On today's stream, let's switch back over, and I think we should start working through Mongolia. So we are going down like that, what is it, trip through memory lane, as if it's an old memory. But in the first month of my live streaming journey, I focused on creating part 1 of this Mongolia travel vlog. It was so much fun for me. I hope it was fun for all of you guys. It was obviously, I was testing out for the first time how to be a live streamer. So there's a lot that I was juggling at the time to kind of see if, one, am I able to be a live streamer? And 2, am I able to make good travel videos, travel vlogs, and so on? And, at least in my world, I thought to myself, you know what? It was nice. I was happy. And we're doing both now, right? Oh yeah, before I go too much into it, let me see how to set up my... Let me see how I can set up my TikTok live again. So I click on go live. We'll go to photo, video, photo editing, and film making stream. Or what do we call this? Let's edit some photos and videos to... That's it, yeah. Let's edit some live photo editing session. There we go. Boring name, but let's keep with that. You know, the good thing is, as I'm testing out this TikTok live, I'm not as picky about what do I have to make the title, what do I have to make the description. It's just like, let me just make sure I actually am live, and we're gonna have fun with it. So let me click on go live. Let's go to the scenes. I'm gonna test a few things here. Okay. Welcome to TikTok Live. Have fun interacting with your viewers in real time. Creators must be 18 years old. Oh wait, is there a way I can turn off? Viewers must be 18 or older to recharge and send gifts. Remember to create a safe viewing experience, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I just need to figure out how do I make it so I don't hear the music on the monitor. Oh, because that's super loud. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm just doing some things behind the scenes, guys. Don't mind me as I set everything up. And then, what's the last thing I need to double check here? Oh, yeah. We got to go into my chat. Let me just do a test message. Testing. See where it pops up. Okay. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. So I think today's stream should be pretty stable. Last time I was running into some issues. I tried to test out the 4K stream, and unfortunately, that didn't work out as expected. So hopefully this time everything's going to be fine. And let me switch over to this editing view. Okay. Testing, testing. Here we go. All is stable. Test, test, test. And let me set this over here. You guys have no idea what I'm doing. Don't worry. It's nothing fun. I'm just trying to make sure everything is set up properly as we continue to test how to do live streaming across multiple platforms. So right now we're testing YouTube, Twitch. We used to test Kick. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the test again. I want to test Kick again. It's just that every time I try to start the live stream via OBS, it causes issues. So I might try that at the very end of my stream just to see if it crashes OBS still. And if it doesn't, then I will get back to streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And now we're doing TikTok Live, and we're also doing YouTube in vertical format. So we're doing a lot of testing here. Hopefully you guys, it doesn't break the viewing experience for you guys. But at least on my end, it is a little bit hectic, but we're having fun with it. So, okay. Give me a second here as I need to monitor everything all together. Boom, boom, and one last boom. Right there. Boom, boom, and boom. All right. Oops. Thanks for your patience. Here we go. So like I said, we're going to do some proper editing. I don't know where I want to start. Do we start with the video editing or photo editing? Well, since we have this guy loaded up already, let's go ahead and review real quickly. And while we're reviewing, let me go over and turn on the AC. So let me first make sure you guys can hear this okay, because usually I have to start this separately. Hold on. There are moments you never... Cool. All right, let me just play this out in full while I walk over and turn on the AC. There are moments you never forget, when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel, where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. We've traveled to one of the most remote places on Earth. We did travel to one of the most remote places on Earth. A place called Ulgi in Mongolia. Okay, so as I was just kind of quickly looking at this, I noticed something is off between my new version and the old version. And I thought I literally just copied this and pasted it into Mongolia episode 2. However, when I'm looking at this, I was gonna say, yo, why is everything so much darker, right? Because that's not normal. It's because I had an adjustment layer at the top here that was causing issues. So what if, let's just delete, I don't want to delete it just yet. Whoops. Let me just move it off to the side. There we go. So that was the culprit. So now if I play it from here, it should be much better. Yeah, okay. But I do want that adjustment layer, so let me just copy this one over here. Because the adjustment layer I had, it just creates that top and bottom bars, so it looks a bit more like film quality, you know? Like that widescreen angle, that kind of stuff. So, And okay, and hello anyone watching from the TikTok side. Thanks for watching. We're testing out a few things today. I'm testing out the TikTok live yet again. I think this is my 4th time testing TikTok, and I'm also streaming on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is that's my primary channel where I look to continue creating content as much as possible. And then Twitch is a new experience for me as of 5 months ago, when I decided I wanted to explore being a live streamer. So we are testing out live streaming from YouTube, Twitch, and now TikTok. So feel free to join on any of the platforms. One of the things that I am testing is this kind of vertical stream concept. So both on the TikTok side as well as YouTube. I've got 2 streams going on YouTube, one in landscape, one in vertical. So I'm curious, hopefully the viewing experience is not too bad. Right now, if you're seeing me on either of the vertical streams, you'll see me and you'll see a bunch of empty beds, because sometimes my cats join me in these 2 cameras that I've got set up. So we got this bed for Kimbap. You can see Nala walking behind right now. So they're just kind of in exploratory mode. And then this is where Nala would usually stay. They're just kind of doing their own thing, so, you know, it is what it is. But hopefully that's one of the excitements. That's one of the things that will make you want to watch my stream, because when they come over and they hang out with me, it'll be fun, I swear. But in the meantime, what we will focus on is the editing stream. So in the center, I believe you should be able to see my monitor screen, where I am currently doing a bit of editing on the video side. So I do a lot of wildlife and photography. I do a lot of wildlife and photography, especially when it comes to content creation. I've been testing out more on the video side of late, but as I started my YouTube channel, I have over a year's worth of travels. That's like about 12 different countries that I've been to, that I've captured, and I haven't had the time to actually edit and create certain stories out of it, or short films or vlogs. So that's what you get to watch on these streams, is as I catch up on all the content, and you'll see the whole behind the scenes. How do I make my videos? And I am still very new. Maybe I shouldn't say that anymore. I'm still intermediate when it comes to being a video editor, cinematographer, etc. So feel free to call me out anytime if something I am doing is not the right technique, or if there's a better way to do what I'm doing. We're very much in like a, hey, we're trying our best to learn, and you'll see in real time if I make mistakes or if we make something super epic. So all right, so this is Mongolia episode 2. I had shown you very briefly a teaser into the first vlog episode that I had made around Mongolia. So I did it in a typical vlog style, right? So you kind of, I had a trailer, then I kind of go chronologically. So you see me landing in Ulaanbaatar. I have a little bit of a voiceover as I give some context, and then you see me explore before flying out to the remote destination, which is called Ulgi. I meet my fellow guides and the people who will be taking me and taking care of me for the next few days. And then you see the journey, right? So I do a bit of filming. One thing I will point out is, as I started traveling, I feel much more knowledgeable now. I think I have a lot better gear as well, and I feel more comfortable knowing what kind of shots that I should be taking when I travel. But a lot of these shots that you'll see in literally the year of content that I'll be posting, just give me a little bit of grace if you feel like, oh, this is like poorly done, or why didn't you get this type of shot? Why aren't you very comfortable on camera? You know, because some of these things you're watching as I got more comfortable, as I learned what works or what doesn't. Daniel1DX, thank you very much for liking the stream over on TikTok. For those of you who are engaging with me on the TikTok side, well, firstly, thank you. If I miss a message or if I miss something that you've done, I apologize in advance, because I'm still getting used to the interface of this like TikTok live studio, and I don't have any sound effects, or I don't hear anything in my headphones. I don't know if there are like built-in sound effects for like different alerts, but I'll do my best to monitor things now as we go forward. And also my voice. I've been sick for the past like 5-6 days, and I'm at about 95% health, but one of the things that are lingering is a bit of congestion, so at times I will need to blow my nose and be disgusting. So actually, let me take that time now. Hold on. Okay. Man, it got so bad, how often I had to blow my nose. I literally got a trash can just to put near me, because, yeah, anyways. Oh, we got one of our cats here. Wow, she looks so beautiful over there. Wow, look at Nala. What a pretty girl. Hold on, can I switch it over on TikTok? Also, I still need to set up the switching system on TikTok. No, that's the wrong camera. Let's go over here. Wow. Look at Nala over there. What a good girl. Also, I need to adjust the focus point. Let's go do that. By the way, I get distracted very easily. So, sometimes it takes me a long time to get any task done, because I'll be ADHD mode, apparently. But there we go. So, we got Nala over there. Usually, she doesn't hang out on that bed. Usually that's Kimpop's bed, but sometimes Nala kind of gets, she's a bit of a diva and a bit jealous at times. So what's Kimpop's is hers, is kind of how she views things. So sometimes she tries to kick him out of that bed, which I'm trying to discourage, because obviously this is a shared household, and you know, there are boundaries that they must respect. But as of now, I think Kimpop's hanging out somewhere else anyways. So who cares? All right, here we go. Let's go back into edit mode. I have to manually switch over on the TikTok side. There we go. Okay. You know, one thing I was gonna test out at some point with TikTok was, can I just do a live stream where it's just my cats? Like, forget hearing my voice, seeing me anywhere. It's just like, yo, you guys are here to see my cats. And I was like, could I just do a live stream on TikTok with just cats and ASMR type thing? I actually did think about that. Yo, Honyasu, thank you very much. Honyasu with the raid. Hello, welcome. It's been a while, I think, since I've chatted with you. So thank you very much for the raid over on TikTok, not TikTok, on Twitch. Honyasu, Happy New Year, in case my memory doesn't serve me well. I think it's been a while since I saw you, so thank you for being here. I'm back to streaming now every day. At least 5 days a week is the goal. So yes, you'll see a lot more of me, and I'm trying to roll up my sleeves and do a lot more work-related streaming. So yes to everything. This is the first time this year, you said. Well, thank you very much for being here. Hopefully you've had a good start to the year, the first 20 days of 2026. Unfortunately, I've been sick for the past, like, what is it, 6 days out of that 20? I've been fighting a little bit of the common cold. I was telling someone earlier, but it's kind of pathetic that I've been defeated by the common cold. But, you know, here we are. How is Bart the Lamp doing? Was that the name? You know what? I apologize. Okay, we haven't settled on the front. Haven't settled on the first name of Mr. Steampunk. But Mr. Steampunk's doing well. Actually, let me go ahead and adjust the focus. There we go. Did we go with Bart? Listen, I don't accept just yet. I'll make it a thing where hopefully as we grow as a streamer, either if someone donates me like 500 bucks or whatever, something reasonable, then I'll be like, okay, whatever you want it to be, we'll make it the name. Or I should do some kind of polling thing. But we're still a small streamer, so I don't think I'm at that point yet to be able to, you know, to get something like that going. But yes, Mr. Steampunk over there is doing well. No complaints. And Nala's doing well, although she's over on the other bed right now, which is confusing me. And then Kimpop is just hanging out somewhere. So, you know, it is what it is. But like I was saying right now, today's stream, we're getting back into the grind where I'm going to be doing a mixture of photo and video editing. So I've got my Lightroom set up already. We're going to be doing edits of Sri Lanka. And then for photos, we're going to be editing photos from Sri Lanka. And then for video, we're going to be editing my Mongolia trip. So I was going down a little bit of memory lane of like, okay, so this is something we had created. I say we all the time, but this one actually is we, because this Mongolia travel vlog, I did everything while live streaming the process. So this video was made in large part thanks to the viewers, right? Those of you who had hopped in at different points, you guys provided so much input to me in terms of like what to do better, how to improve the microphone, how to do my voiceovers, the music choices, the text font that I should use and what not to use. So yeah, it was very much a collective effort. Hopefully you guys check it out and enjoy. Oh, and before I forget, actually, let me play out one of these moments because I need to take a note for myself, because I was going to make this into a YouTube video. I need to clip up this video into a lot of different YouTube videos. So let me go ahead and play. What should we play? Let's play this one here because it's been a while. And let me reduce the quality. Okay, it's already half. Cool. After meeting Arctic's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. Sorry. Okay, so hopefully that played out all right. I just had to take a note for myself, and then I want to see if I can put this in the chats. But yeah, Honyasu, it's a place called Ogi, or in the Altai Mountains, which I think is in the northwestern part of Mongolia, if I'm not mistaken, which there's a high chance I am. Um, Honyasu said it's actually a nice thing when people just come with their name every time. Like whenever new chatter comes, just ask them to name the lamp. Oh, that's a good idea. There's so many good ideas I need to employ as a streamer, and either I forget or it's just like on a big laundry list of things I should do that I haven't had time to like kind of figure out. Unfortunately, I'm always like swamped, and that's a me problem, not anyone else's. But that is a good idea, and I want to keep that in mind now in terms of like how do I get a good name for Mr. Steampunk. Speaking of which, we got Nala hanging out in her bed now, so she's being a good girl. Hold on, let me bother her real quick. There you are. Good girl. Yeah. Yeah, 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 Nala. Oh, oh, oh. What a pretty girl. What a pretty girl. Okay. Kimpop is still MIA. What the heck, man? Let me adjust the focus point. There we go. And let's go back to editing mode. Oh yeah, I think I put it in there. TikTok, I don't know if I'm able to put can I put links in TikTok? I don't think so. I think I tried before. Now I don't want to get in trouble because I think I need to be able to stream on TikTok for, I think, was it like 1 week straight without any suspensions or things like that, which apparently is quite easy to get. So I want to do my best to avoid any issues. But in case you enjoyed that little tidbit there, this was from a previous video I published on YouTube. It is episode 1, basically part 1 of a trip to Mongolia that I went on a few years ago. And yeah, it's a nice little story where I wanted to kind of document my adventures as I went to spend time with these Kazakh eagle hunters in the middle of nowhere. Basically, this is what I called the Wild Wild East. And these are nomadic people, so they're eagle hunters by culture and tradition, and then they basically migrate all throughout these parts of the lands near the Altai Mountains, and they have herds of yaks, cows, sheep, or whatever, and they're basically like, I guess, farmers, maybe for lack of a better term. And yeah, so I got to spend some time with them when they're in their winter home, and it was at a time when the weather went all the way to -40 degrees Celsius. So freezing, frigid temperature. So hopefully you guys check out that video. Go to my YouTube channel on Yobel Prize. You can see everything. Obviously, I'm skimming through it, including we had one death of the horse at the end, literally frozen by the cold. But it is a labor of love, okay? I had so much fun putting this together, so I hope you guys will enjoy that video. I linked it on the Twitch and YouTube side on TikTok. Hopefully you guys will check it out in your own time. But yeah, it was a really fun experience as I was trying to find a way to make this travel vlog feel more than just a travel vlog. And I won't always be successful at that. It just depends on the trip and what kind of footage I have and how, you know, creative we can feel in the moment. But this was one of my proudest videos that I put together. It was because it was fairly long, right? I think it ended up being like 18 minutes, 17. Okay, so about 17 minutes. And I felt very good that we made everything tight. Like, there wasn't too much like wasted space or time or dead air or things that should have been trimmed out. I did my best to time each of the segments to different soundtracks that we had found that was related to like more Asian Mongolian like soundtracks. Honyasu says -40 is wild. It's so wild that apparently Fahrenheit and Celsius are both the same. So at that point, they both give up at being different, and they all say, we all agree -40 is where we draw the line. And it's literally -40 degrees equals -40 degrees. Sorry, -40 degrees Celsius equals -40 degrees Fahrenheit. Another thing about this video that I was proud of is I had spent some time where each of these chapters I had tried to do my color grading to look slightly different. So I was using some LUTs from Lens Distortions, and I do my own color grading, but I was trying to make it so each of these chapters had a more distinct look and feel. So then they would stand out a bit further, a bit more from the next chapters and so on. So like here, I would use the same consistent LUT and like color grading, and then over here on the next chapter, it would be like more like this one. I remember we did a bit more like sepia. Yeah, it was more like a sepia coloring. So for all the cinematic moments, basically, I was trying different grading. Over here, then, was a bit more monochrome style, and like a bit more coolish monochrome faded style. And then this chapter was, yeah, like a coolish style. Yeah, so we were trying different things. I was really happy with it. And then here was like super faded brown sepia style. So yeah, anyways, did a lot of fun things, explored, experimented quite a bit with how to be better at editing. And yeah, and then after this came our 5-minute short film of the rescue chimps. And yeah, the rest is history, I guess, or the rest is now, technically. And I want to get back into it. So we've got episode 2 lined up here, and I want to work through the trailer, and then we'll start working through each of the sections. And I have to refresh myself on, because it's been months. I need to refresh myself, make sure we still have a good, yeah, that everything still makes sense. So we'll play that out. Honyasu says, horse looking majestic. Yes, very, very majestic, right? Horses are beautiful creatures. I love photographing and filming them. They're not the easiest to photograph, but when you capture them in their most majestic moments, it is like it's hard for other animals to beat the quality of it. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Let's play this out again, because it's been a while, and I think I need to do some new color grading. And then the text is placeholders. We'll remove it. Ah, okay. Here, let me play some background music because I have another thought that I need to capture. So my thinking here is, because in the past episode, we had a voiceover where you hear me speak. I say stuff, I was like, there are moments you never forget, blah, blah, blah. What'd I say? There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watch them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia, right? So I had that whole line, but obviously it made more sense for my previous video because you literally had this whole extended clip where the Mongolian eagle hunters were charging through the snow, through the blizzard. Whereas obviously this is a very different start to the video. So I'm thinking I might still, I'm not sure if I want to have voiceover of me in the beginning, just with different, obviously a different script, or if it's better to just not ever hear my voice at all in this new episode. One of the things that I said I wanted to try for this episode is not make it feel like a diary. So not make it like, hey, today we woke up and did this, and then I went and did this. Instead, I wanted to tell the story of these eagle hunters and their culture through their own words, through their own voice. Because I recorded a number of moments when they were singing, like they had their, I forget the name of the instrument they play. So I thought maybe there's different styles of songs that were played by different people. So that could be the backbone of each chapter. And then the B-rolls, the kind of clips that I would show while they're singing, could be moments that are related to that theme. So like this one would be around kinship. And so while that's playing, while they're singing, I would just put a bunch of clips when they were having fun. We were drinking together in the blizzard, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Honyasu says, what can I say? The year of the horse. Yes. Wait, is today the year, or is this year the year of the horse? I didn't know that. Well, good to know. What am I? I'm not a horse. I think I'm a sheep. Is there like a sheep one, I think? Yeah, I don't know. I have to be better at tracking myself. So for example, let's let this play out in its in its entirety. And I just want to retrace my steps and see how it sounds. But my thought process here is maybe I'll give a bit of voiceover as the context of what they're going to see. So something about like, I don't know, in today's, this is not going to be what I keep, but it'll be something to the effect of like, hey, so in this video, I want to dive in to the people of this land and the pillars, and basically the 4 pillars of the Altai people. Like, yeah, something about that, right? So maybe I'll do a voiceover. I'm like, in this video, I really want to explore or share the culture and the people of the Altai land or the Altai mountains. But instead of hearing from me, we'll hear it through their voice, blah, blah, blah. So just to set the context so I don't have to waste time later having to try to add that context. And maybe it makes sense to have in the beginning so that the entire rest of this has nothing with me in it. So that's my current thoughts. But it reminded me that I need to open up a Notion document so I can track everything. So give me a second as I open it up. Honyasu says, I'm a rat. Nice. What are... I feel like I feel like rats in general have such a bad reputation, right? So what are in the Chinese system, how do they glorify the rat? What are the qualities of the rat that they glorify? You know? I'm curious. Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to open up Mongolia episode 2. There it is. All right. Wow, we had so many notes that we took last time. Oh, that's good. That's music to my ears because I was like, it's going to be difficult for me to retrace my steps here. For those of you watching on the vertical stream, it's probably too small, the font, to be able to actually make sense of anything. Maybe I can zoom in a bit. Let's see. Okay, so episode 2, we had explored different titles. So what did I say? Wild Heart of Mongolia, The Way of the Eagle Hunters, The Way of the Eagle Hunters, Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart, or Wild Heart of Mongolia, Songs of the Eagle Hunters. I'm not sure yet. Obviously, we're going to get to that eventually. As for the structure, same, yeah, we had the opening hook, then the first act would be kinship, and then, oh yeah, we're going to have intermissions in between each act, where I have a number of footage of the eagles in flight. So this is kind of like the excitement factor that we throw into each of these moments. So you would be able to see slow motion of the eagle flying and stuff like that. So act 1 is kinship, act 2 is the hunt. So I have one of the guys who does like throat singing. Then act 3 would be homestead, which is more about, oh yeah, I have one of the there's a lady that we met who was the wife of one of the hunters who sang for us as well. So maybe things about like the family and like bonding in that sense, or like the homestead. So I have some footage of the kids and stuff. And then act 4, resilience, where Aibo sings a song. Aibo was one of my main guides, and it's a bit more dramatic sounding. So then for that one, it could be some footage that I have of like the winter environment and how they stay resilient in this kind of harsh environment. And then the closing, I have a song where it's more a farewell song. So anyways, that was my current thought. We have a bunch of these songs to represent different pillars of the Altai culture, let's say. So in theory, it's a nice idea. In practice, it could be much more challenging because I just have to make do with whatever footage I have and see if we can make it tie in all together. Honyasu says, people born in the year of the rat are charming and popular people who thrive on social interaction. They are fun and interesting people with lively personalities who have a lot of energy, so they find it easy to make friends. Ah, yes, because rats populate, or there's like, yeah, I guess rats are very sociable or social creatures in the sense that it's like a big family structure or something. Is that what it is? Honyasu says, I found that on the internet since I don't really care. Nice, nice. Yeah, I clearly I don't care either, so. Okay. So let me now play this out and let's see how it feels. then this part, we wouldn't change anything just because it's the same trailer to kind of connect between the two episodes. The only change, obviously, is what the title and all that would be. Songs of Mongolia was, I guess, the placeholder for now, but we'll see. Man, I still feel so congested. Give me a second. Let me just keep letting this play out as I blow my nose again. Even the doctor is concerned about me. Wait, what'd you say, Honyasu? My psychology test 2 months ago shows I'm 96% introvert. How do they make that assessment? 96%. Why 96 and not like 95? What is the 4% of you that's extrovert in what scenario? Because at that point, you might as well just be 100% introvert, right? I'm curious, what were the 4 percentage points that the psychology test was like, oh, but these things are super extroverted. Even the doctor is concerned about me. Listen, don't be concerned. The more you can know yourself, the better. But sometimes you know what? I'll say this much. I might have said this on stream before, but the reason I don't like put a lot of stock on things like the psychology tests, like what is it, like those INFP, ENTP, whatever, like those 4-letter psych test stuff, or like the astrology stuff or whatever. There could be some truth behind some of that, right? Like the psych tests or whatever. There could be some truth like personality tests. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. There could be some truth in terms of it actually knows who you are based on the testing. However, my concern that I always have with these personality tests is it's almost like stripping away your free will, because sometimes I have a fear that a lot of people, they'll hear what these tests tell them that they are like, and then they become the thing that the tests say they are. So if a test tells you like, oh, you're very extroverted and sociable, but you're super lazy and I don't know, something. My concern is that some people hear that and it becomes like a placebo effect of like, oh, then I'm a lazy person and I am very extroverted. So then they put extra effort in terms of being sociable because they think that's who they have to be or that's who they are. And then when they're being lazy, they lean into it or think, what can I do? That's just part of my nature, right? So it takes away a little bit of your agency sometimes, is my concern. So yeah, I don't know. So let's say if like a psych test tells you you're 96% introvert. My big concern is hopefully there's a solution that they also provide you, so that you don't feel like, oh, well, it told me I'm 96% introvert. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. That's who I am. And then you just become more introverted instead of ever thinking like you could take steps to be different if you would like to, or being okay with being 96% introverted. Like before you took the test, maybe not knowing this number is fine because you will live your life and it's all good. I don't know. Okay, listen, I'm going a little bit too deep on random things, but let me blow my nose and let's play this out. Here we go. Okay. Let me just double check. I have to keep double checking, making sure the audio levels are fine. But, alright, so now that I reviewed that, I feel like pretty good about it. There's a few things maybe I would change. As I'm looking at this, we had also... I had the title come in a little bit later, like the chapter title, right? It came in like really towards the end here. Which means if we front load the whatever we say here to take over, then I don't need all this extra space here. Also, the title is really hard to see, so I'm thinking maybe I need the title on a black screen. So I think... Where is the title? Where are you? There you are. Okay. Let me just drag everything over. Oh yeah. And then I think I had some thought where I would maybe start each of the chapters with like some kind of quote that also gives a bit more weight or like a little bit more context to the titling. So yeah, we're trying so many random things here, and I don't know what the right answer is. Like, does one system work better than the other? Whoops. So let's try this first. Hold on. We would move these out of the way. Something like this, maybe I would put it... Yeah, maybe I'd start like that. Hold on. Okay, let me start from the beginning again and freaking blow my nose one more time. Jeez, this is never going to end. Honyasu says you found the results. It is not 96, but 94% introvert. Okay. So then, yeah, what does that mean for you? And what is the 6% that is extrovert? Or are those the only two options? You're either choosing intro or extrovert. One second. Okay, so let's say we do something like this. And then maybe I start the music slightly sooner. I felt like it was a little bit... Kimbap, good boy. And then maybe I'll start the... We'll start this a little bit later. Let's see, something like this maybe? Hold on, nope. I didn't want to do that. And then let's have these stupid credit things show up later. I might not even show the credit stuff, but let's see. Also, the other thing I need to figure out is, do I keep the act? So, for instance, this is Act 1, Kinship. 4 Pillars of Altai Life. Should I have the quote appear alongside this so they're all on one page together? That's like what I'm currently thinking. Instead of like showing this, have it disappear, and then the thing shows up. Maybe. Because this one could look nice too, where while the text is there, then it fades in. Let me think. So alternatively, Honyasu says, okay, I'll sleep now, 11 p.m. here, good night. Well, thank you very much, Honyasu. Thank you again for the raid and for being a part of the community. And yeah, thanks for being here on the first stream. Oh yeah, first time I got to see you again since the start of the new year. The test, as I remember, was draw something, describe what you mean about human interaction, some story question, like you were in the middle of a forest and you found a house like that. Gotcha. The Razor says, just joined in and that looks really great, but I feel the tension is a bit over the place for my liking. Like fearful, happy, if you get it. I think I do. Oh, you're talking about the trailer. I see. So for the trailer, I intentionally, maybe intentionally is the wrong word, but I want the trailer to feel a mix of emotions because it's meant to just be like a roller coaster. It's like a, you know, if I only have a few seconds to interest you or get you interested in my video, I want to be able to share as many of the key moments so you have a good sense that there was an adventure, that this was like, excuse me, I'm still getting over a sickness, but yeah, like I'm trying my best to kind of make you feel like you're on an emotional roller coaster. So, and also I'm timing it with the music so it feels like it's just the build up. Like, yeah, like you said, so you mentioned tension. I don't think I necessarily disagree with you. I think that was kind of the approach I was going for, is to just build and build and build, and then a slight release of tension as the music draws down, and then as the title comes in, and then it calms down, and then we start over again. That was kind of like my thought process. And maybe it was because that's how I set up episode 1, right? So just kind of going back, this was episode 1, same trailer, just slightly different intro. There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. And this one was all about tension. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. So it's basically the same trailer, just a slightly, or not slightly, very different intro to the trailer, because that'll be like what separates episode 1 from episode 2. a few things I guess I will talk about just because it was fun. And as I go down this kind of quote unquote memory lane of when I was editing this, I can share my thought process. Um, so obviously we have this build up, and then when we play each of the clips, so as we go, I did try my best to have each clip feel like it belongs where it's placed. And what I mean is that instead of feeling like it's too sporadic, where it's like, oh, we have a video of this eagle, and then boom, the next shot it's like a video of this person, and then the next shot it's a video of this dog, and the next shot is this video of the landscape. I was trying to segment certain shots to go with certain beats of the song. So for instance, what do we have here? So this whole beginning is one shot, right? So it's just one continuous footage of these eagle hunters as they're coming closer to the camera, and then fading into the very close-up shot as we start off. And the last shot before the trailer starts is a close-up of this eagle. So I figured the first shot that I should show should be another eagle shot, just for a little bit of continuity, so it's not as jarring. And then it's a nice shot anyways, where you see like the close-up of the eagle's eyes. And then here, as we go from one clip to the next, I was also trying to combine it where you see here the eagle's got its beak open, and then the next shot is another eagle shot, but also the eagle has the beak open, so there's a little bit of connection there as we go from here to there. And then the beak closes, and then here the next shot was because we have a shot of the eagle flying, so and you can see kind of, you know, it's a very, very quick shot while you're watching this, but you see there's a little blinking dot. You're like, hey, what is that thing? It's like, oh, it's a GoPro attached to the eagle. So then I wanted the next shot to actually be footage from that GoPro. So it was like this kind of extension of like, why does one shot come after the next? So close-up eagle going to close-up eagle, eagle opens its mouth, next shot eagle's got his mouth open, it's flying, you see a little blinking thing with the camera, and it's a connection to the same moment but now from the camera angle. And then even these moments I try to time it to the music. So for instance, I'll play it out here. So when you hear the little percussion sound in the soundtrack, I timed it so when the eagle turns its head, it sounds like almost it's going synchronized with the beat. Yeah. So yeah, these are some of the thought process that I had. Then again, continuing with the eagle. Now, even this I was thinking through, right? So sometimes I overthink things and there's no reason for it because nobody cares, or the impact is like minimal or maybe negative at times. But it's just the way I process things here. It's how I enjoy working on my projects. So even here, excuse me, as we have this shot of this eagle and circling, now we have this other shot of the eagle, and now you see in the background there's a person riding the horse. So it was almost like, okay, now it's still out of focus, it's very blurry, so it's not the main subject in this shot. But your brain, when you see this shot, you're now registering that there's a human in the shot. Previously, it was only the eagle by itself. And now you're getting a little bit of an introduction to the human. So then the next shot is when I start switching. I'm starting to transition and introduce the human character into the trailer. So instead of it only being eagle, 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 now we have eagle plus like a half of a human. Then we have like 50-50 eagle and the human, almost, right? The focus is still on the eagle, but now you clearly see this human and you're seeing them now finally connect, right? They're getting back into like, yeah, becoming like 50-50. And then here, this is a 50-50 shot, right? You have both the eagle and the human in frame equally. And then as the music changes, so there's another beat change here, that's when I switch gears. So this is kind of like the first section of the song. And so I'll play it from there to there just to play it out. So let's say from here. And then even when you see the eagle, you can see the mouth. Same principle here where I had like this shot of the eagle with the mouth open. Eagle's mouth opens. And then you see the eagle close its mouth. And I try to time it to the music there as well. So for instance, let's play it out. clothes, yeah. So yeah, these are like very maybe levels of autism, I'm not sure, but it's, you know, like just, yeah. And then here you hear it in the song. The song changes to like I don't know music language, but basically you can hear where it's almost like the next verse is kicking off there. So all of this was like focused on the eagle, 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 and then towards the end we're introducing slowly, slowly, slowly. Now we're introducing the human, and this is where they're passing the baton in the music, where now it's switching over to shots of the people. So Eagle hands the baton over to the human, and now the next few visuals are meant to focus on the human cultural side of this trip. So yeah, and you'll hear it in the song as well. So let's see if I back up. Next verse. So yeah, those sequence of 4 shots, that was like as the new verse kicked in, as you hear this new percussion instrument, whatever, kick in as well. Now we are in full human footage mode, and then we started switching over back into the eagle hunters. But that was like even that I tried to have some reason as to why you're seeing each shot. And then here also I started with like a close up of the instrument and like something, you know, this is a really cool shot for me, so I thought I'd start with that. And then we're zooming out slowly by little bit by little. Now you see a bit more of the instrument, you see the person coming into frame. And then we're showing, in this case, one of the ladies who was singing as well. So just kind of showing different characters. And to me, it's all about like the camaraderie, all the people that I met on the trip. So trying to show different flavors of the people, and yeah, just being more cultural. And then switching back into this eagle hunter mode. So all of these. And then here you're also starting to see that these are shots where the weather is getting crazier. So you're seeing now snow is picking up. The animals are getting more, you know, like agitated or like more, I don't know, animated. And then here there's this cool shot where you see the dude, Ardok. He's just like puffing away on a cigarette in the snow. And then we kick into the high gear of like, okay, now we're in like crazy blizzard territory. So the next sequence of shots were to kind of mimic this blizzard feel. So I was putting together a number of the shots of moments that I captured in the high blizzard scenes. And then as the music changes again, I'm now introducing myself. So all up until here, you didn't really see me. And then I started using the dog as the way to connect back to me. Because the dog is obviously not as much of a wild animal as some of the other things that we saw. So we went into like this kind of domesticated animal shots, and going to the dog, going to me. Then it was more of like showing me now. So towards the end of the song, as the song is like kind of ending, as we're reaching the climax of the song, I wanted to introduce myself into the equation, not to be a narcissist, but like to then kind of remind people that this is a travel vlog, that, you know, hey, here's you tuning into my YouTube channel to watch this video, because it's my trip, right? So it's not just like a National Geographic thing. It's a little bit of like, hello guys, reminder that this is a flavor of my personal story that I'm trying to make a bit more engaging. So reintroducing me into the equation here, since I was on camera at times and I do a bit of voiceover. And then this is where we do like machine gun of a bunch of the different shots to kind of mix it all in. And then, yeah. And then the last 2 shots here, you know, it shows me looking into the camera and then ending back with the same footage that we started with. But this is one of the cool shots of like the 2 riders in the snow. And then we cut to black, and there we go. So anyways, that was kind of like the thought process. Sorry, Razor, you didn't ask me to break down everything for you. But since you had asked a question, or you mentioned something, I figure as I'm refreshing myself on this journey of learning how to make films for whatever it is, travel vlogs or something more serious, I just wanted you to know that I do treat this seriously. I have a lot of fun making these videos. It also took me like 20, how many days did it take? I think it took like 20 something days for me to make this video, because I was doing it during my live streams and I was taking a lot of advice from people and just kind of learning the ropes. But yeah, if you continue watching my streams, this is what you can expect, is an almost autistic level of, yeah, just like very, I like to pay attention to a lot of details, even the details that shouldn't really be paid attention to. So I work very slowly, but I have fun with it. Hopefully you enjoyed as well. Kavai says, hello, my BD to TD. My BD TD. I'm assuming that means my birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Kavai. Thank you very much for tuning in on your birthday. You said, I'm going to film my LED snowboard very soon at the nearest ski resort. Any tips for filming it? What? You got an LED snowboard? So does it mean like the rim of the snowboard is lit up? I'm assuming, right? But yeah, it can't be other options. I don't think. Any tips for filming it? I feel like this is where all the action cameras shine, right? So maybe, I don't know how, yeah, I don't know the first thing about snowboarding. I've only done it once, but definitely if you got like one of those Insta 360, like a 360 camera for sure, I feel like you should be wearing that, or if you put it on your helmet. You've got the Insta Go, I think I own like the Insta Go 3, Go 2, which you can clip onto like your hat or a magnet and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. Action cameras for sure. That's all I got. Or if you can enlist... Oh, you should hop onto the trend that I've seen of snowboarders or like people out in the snow where you stand still and then you have a friend coming down towards you, and then as they approach you, you do the little hard brake, which kicks up all the snow and it covers you in the snow. But then you show it in slow motion. It looks super cool. I wonder if I can find it. Razor says, laughing emoji, and definitely enjoyed that. Well, thank you very much. That is part of the enjoyment I have of doing these streams, is I do like sharing my thought process. I like sharing whatever bits of knowledge that I have, just as long as you have the caveat that I'm not ever saying it from a... I didn't go to school for this. I'm not like some professionally trained or expert around this, but I am happy. I am an expert at being myself. So I can always share my thought process of how did I make this video? How did I make the photo? And if you guys find value out of it, then all the merrier. But yeah, like I said, we're working on episode 2 now, which is going to be a completely different style. There's going to be no voiceover from me, except maybe at the beginning to provide the context. And then the rest of this is meant to just be like, hear the music of, you know, the actual music that I captured. Kavai says, yes, I made it myself, so attached a waterproof LED on the brim. You have the Insta X1 and the snow breaks. I've done that before. It's very cool. Yeah, those videos are awesome. I guess you want to film at night though, or I don't know, are there rules around when you can... I don't know if you're going to like you said a ski resort or something, right? Oh yeah, so I'm assuming you can't snowboard at night for safety reasons. But if there's a little tiny hill, you can... listen, I have no idea. I've never really... I'm not a snow person. As much as I love the snow, I just haven't had much experience with it. Razor's asking, is Insta X1 strong enough for the dark? Yeah, so I think we're in the same thought process there. But I think because of the LED is that's the main thing. So it's almost okay that if it's super dark, because then the LED is much more contrasted, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any good ideas. Oh, but you know what you should do, Kavai, is maybe you can do those like creative shots, or if you can have a friend photograph you going down the mountain or whatever, the slope, with like a slow shutter speed. So then you can get that really cool effect, right? Of seeing the LED drag down the slope or something. I don't know. Here's an example at the end. I made this many... hold on, can I copy this? Let's see. Let's open this up. I think you are something special. Oh wait, okay, let me mute it just in case I get copyright struck. You said it's night now, yes. No Insta X1 is pretty bad for the dark. That's why I'm eager to win the Insta X3 giveaway. Listen, I did mention I have the X3. I have an X4 as well that, you know, depending on when I do a giveaway, maybe the X4 is what I can give away. I would love to, but listen, I have to keep growing as a streamer before I feel like I can provide these giveaways. So help me grow my channel. That's what I'm saying. And then I can start giving things away. Super cool though, by the way, man. Yeah, hopefully you're having a good day on your birthday. Hopefully you don't get sick like I have gotten sick in the past few days. Super annoying. Razor says, depends on if the resort is lit up. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess my best advice would be, yeah, try to find a good composition. So if there is some nice lighting coming in from the ski resort, and if you can have that in the background, that could be nice. But also, it's your birthday. Just enjoy, man. You don't have to film anything. Unless you want to, right? But just have fun with your friends. Relax. I think the resort isn't lit up. Gotcha. Good idea. I'll try the slow shutter speed. Yeah. I think the slow shutter speed could be interesting. Yeah. Listen, I have no creativity today, okay? I've used up all of my brain power just to not be sick, and I'm failing even at that, so. But yeah, so that is what today's goal is. I'm trying to figure this sequence out, and in my mind right now, I'm thinking I will do a voiceover in the beginning to give the context and be like, hey, I'm making a part 2 where I'm gonna take you through the culture of the Altai people, but not in my own words. I want them to, yeah, I'll share it through their words, basically through their songs. And then let's work on this real quick. I think I forgot to drag something over. Whatever, let me delete all this for now, because I have it in the other video. My big question right now, and I guess I'll make a duplicate of this, and then see. What would it look like if I have this show up in between? But the thing is, the text is so small above it that it could look a little bit out of place. I don't know. Let's see. We gotta experiment with it, you know? Let's see. I think I want this to start a little bit later. Oh, also, I kind of forgot. I don't think I'm going to use that same title font thing because we're using it right here, right? So we used it already for this, the title of the episode. So this is just a placeholder. Yeah, this is just a placeholder because we're using it twice. So let me just keep that in mind. Or, or I change the title here, but I'm not sure. What's my hang up right now? Also, the way this shows up, it takes so long for everything to load. So I do think I need to replace this with the simpler title structure. But it's probably the same. I want the title here, kinship, I need to say Act 1, basically like chapters. Act 1, kinship, the four pillars of Altai life. And then have the quote show up below it, maybe? Or swap out kinship and then have the font or the title or the quote show up in the middle. Okay, I think that could look nice, potentially. Let's test this out. Put the music back on. So what does this mean? I need to... We need to replace this. Let's first see what font did I use there. Higher jump regular. Higher jump. Also, another issue I have is I'm really bad with fonts, apparently. Because I was a big fan of the thing that everyone makes fun of. What is that font that everyone makes fun of? And apparently me and James Cameron have this in common. It's not the Comic Sans one. What is the one? Wingdings? No, it's not that bad. But everyone made fun of me. Oh, Papyrus. 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 Apparently it's the font that was used in Avatar, maybe? So, and like they made a SNL skit about it. Everyone, they roasted me about this. Like, this is months ago. On my live stream. On my own live stream. You know? On the day of my daughter's whatever. But yeah, so I used Papyrus on a lot of my my first few YouTube videos. And I still to this day will defend that I think it's a nice looking font. But apparently, it's universally hated. It might be more hated than when I was growing up, as many people who hated Creed. No, not Creed. Nickelback. I can't tell. Was Nickelback hated more or Papyrus? So yeah, you shouldn't trust me for fonts ever. I would say though this font looks really nasty here, so I won't go with this. It doesn't look as bad here though. That's the thing. So let me drop this down. Let's name this kinship. Let's switch it to higher jump. Actually, no, let's keep it first. Let's see how it looks. Oh, and then on the flip side, this looks terrible with that same font from earlier. Crikey. Okay, if there's one thing I learned is I need to be more efficient with my time. So I should just use a placeholder for now. So I'll use a placeholder for now so I don't spend the next like several hours working on this. See, I like this font, but I feel like now I feel traumatized or PTSD, where people are going to be like, oh, you just like the Papyrus font. Because I feel like it looks like Papyrus. I know I said I got to do this quickly, but I just want to... I'll try to do it faster. I just want to see if something resonates with me. And now it's like I'm saying this word too many times. I feel like this word is fake now. Kinship. Also, I can't tell. Do I want something like a thicker, bolder font? Or is it better to go with something lighter? Jesus. Give me a good one. Okay, I'm going to go with this one for now. This is probably the one that I will not end up using, but let's just stick with this for now. So we got this, goes in the middle. Then I need something to say Act 1, and then 4 pillars of Altai life. Do I need to put Act 1? That's the other question. Is that a little bit redundant, or not redundant? Is it necessary? You would see the title. Okay, so the things I need to convey. I need to convey that there's 4 pillars, as it says, right? So there are 4 kind of themes that I'm going to try to get across in this video, and we're on the first one, called kinship. So I guess it could be like pillar 1. Maybe the word act doesn't make sense. Four pillars of Altai life, kinship. And then the next chapter, say 4 pillars of Altai life, blah, whatever it is. Whatever. Let's keep it for now. So let me add an extra font here. We'll call this Act 1. Oh yeah, we're definitely not going to use this font. But just for now, hold on. Just to kind of get it all set. Actually, I don't mind the font that's being used right now. What is it? Montserrat Light. Okay. So we'll go with Montserrat Light. Okay, something like this. And then let's create one below it. Razor says, with this font, you might like to increase the spacing in between the letters. If you introduce it right, you might not need to name it every time. Which font are we talking about here? The Montserrat one or the one in the middle, which is a bit blurry right now? Whoops. Nope. 4. Also, yeah, the other thing I was like, do I make it say the 4 pillars of Altai life? So let's see. The middle one, I see. Okay, okay. Well, listen, to be... I'm probably not going to end up using this font. Because I don't know how well it's going to work once you put a big quote with this font. But to your point, let me see. Can I spread the lettering? How do I do that? I think it's tracking. There we go. So maybe something like this. So you say you might want to increase the spacing in between the letters. We did that. Kinship. But okay, I do think, regardless of whatever font I use there, I think it makes sense to have that be bolder and then having the letter, like the words above and below it, lighter. It's kind of like a sandwich effect, I guess. Whereas if I make the top and bottom bold, it takes away from the title. So yeah. Yeah, okay, let's say we do something like that. And then we might want to space it a bit. I'm not sure. I don't know. I struggle so much when it comes to this, like anything to do with fonts or whatever. But my thought process is, okay, how would it look? Maybe then I have... So maybe this font shows up a bit later. Whoops. Okay, I'm just gonna let it play out, and I'm not thinking that it's gonna work or not. I just need to keep reviewing. It's not bad. I mean, okay, font. So the font aside, I'm just thinking more about the function, I guess. Does it make sense to show Act 1, 4 Pillars of Altai Life, have the title show up a little bit after, and then replace the title with a quote? And if I do that, does it make sense to have a different font style for the quote? So that, I don't know, it's either I keep the same font for both the title of the chapter and the associated quote, or because it's a quote which doesn't serve as much of a value as the title. So if the title is the top hierarchy and then it's the quote, then maybe having this quote be a different font could make sense. Let me play that again. And then here is when we would start playing out the rest of this. So let me delete this for now. Okay, I felt like I need more clips. So I think I need to add more of these kind of B-roll shots, because then there's too long of a moment here where there's nothing happening. So I should be able to find more clips of from this trip that represent kinship, where they're just having fun together, right? So if I can find a few more or extend some of the durations of some of these guys, so it lasts up until somewhere like here before it starts panning back over. But I think structurally it makes sense. So we have title, and maybe instead of calling it Act 1, maybe Act 1, where's the... Let me just sandwich it better. Okay, so it'd be like... Okay, so instead of calling it Act 1, should I call it like... Either I call it Song Number 1, because the only issue I have is that when I say the word act, it feels a bit more... There's more gravitas, there's more weight put behind it. But this is, at the end of the day, it's going to be a short film. Or not film, it's just like a short video. So it's not like you're going to be sitting here watching some 10-minute act. It's literally just going to be like 1 minute, 2 minutes long maximum. So it feels weird to say that that's an act when it's so short, right? So either I say like chapter 1, but then chapter also feels a bit too different. I don't know. Verse 1. Oh, okay, what if we call it verse 1? Ha ha ha. I think I like that. Hold on. Verse 1. Okay, I think that works. Until someone tells me like, hey, that's a terrible idea and here's why. I think we stumbled upon a better thing. Razor says act feels too linear. That is true. Yeah, as in like we need to watch. Yeah. Act 1 has to be starting with this mood and then we move to the next mood for this reason. Yeah. So hopefully verse can work. I don't know. But I guess it could be the same issue. I don't know. But at least verse is more explicitly about like songs, right? Where'd the title go? Oh, did I delete it somehow? Oh, I think I might have wiped it out. Whoops. Let's bring it back. Let's try again. Okay, maybe something like this. Let's see. What's up, Conan? Conan says, YouTube told me I've done some copywriting. I haven't when it's my own videos. You just gotta be careful, Conan, with the music. That tends to be the copyright strike. Or, you know what? I think I got a copyright strike for the visuals at one point as well. But yeah, usually it's the audio that you have to double check. But thanks for being here. Razor says, is this the introduction or is this the main video? This would be the introduction. This is the introduction to episode 2, if that makes sense. So sorry, hold on, let me see if I'm being clear. This whole section here is the intro with the dedicated trailer. And at the end of the trailer, the title of this episode will show up. I don't know what the title is, it's a placeholder. And then basically what I'm playing here is the first chapter. So this is the intro to the first chapter of the main video, if that makes sense. So let me play it from the beginning and let me just get some thoughts in my head of like, what could I say in the beginning here?
Hi, YouTube people.
Conan says, hi, YouTube people. Yes, hi, everyone. Hi, everyone on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok Live as well. Thank you, guys. We're just doing a bit of video editing today. And then I'll switch over to photo editing soon. And then in this space here, I also will add a little bit of this just like opening credits. Where was it? So like the gear provided by Nikon, Grand Stores, trip arranged by Beck Travel. So I'll keep this part. Let's copy this over. Let me just paste it over somewhere safe. Just to make sure I don't overwrite anything. Jesus, I'm going to have a lot of layers here. Oh, no. Okay, I can just drag it over somewhere here. Kona says, oh, you're on TikTok now? Yes, I'm testing out TikTok Live. I was testing Instagram Live as well, but I think I'm going to reserve that for once I start traveling, and then I'll do the Instagram Live. I thought I heard Irish singing. Nah, that's all in your head. This is straight up Mongolian. Although Kazakh, I guess. It's the Kazakh people in Mongolia. All right, let me see if I did this correctly. Okay, it's not bad. Also, you can see the color grading is quite different between these two shots. That's because I was testing a bit of a dehancer at this point. So I want to reset everything when it comes to the color grading. Because I feel like I've learned a bit more how to use dehancer, and I've also learned more about just proper color grading techniques. Now, this one is not going to be an example of me like working on my color grading too much, because most of these footage that I'll be editing, they're not the raw footage. These are ones that I've already exported to use on this travel vlog creation. So the color grading is already kind of baked in, is what I'm saying. But we might take some creative efforts at some point. But yeah. Okay. So the key thing I need to look into here is, do I have enough footage? I should, right? But I just haven't played around with this enough to say for certain. Oh, yeah. These are all footage we can use. Okay, hold on. No, this is not. Let me make sense of how did I structure this? All right, so if I recall correctly, I think this is all of the clips lined up that I could potentially use. So I just now need to do the job of selecting which ones will go in as B-roll here. So let me just refresh myself. What do we got? So we got this like opening transition as we walk into like all these guys. And again, keeping in mind this is kinship is the theme. Conan says, I'm gonna head out to the other chats. Yep, enjoy. Cheers. And then, hold on. Why do I have this covering it? Oh, it's a bad shot. Okay. So kinship, right? So we got walking into this room, everyone's drinking, cheersing, playing music. So a lot of these kind of camaraderie scenes, but we need more. Give me more. Do I use that section? Let's see. No, that's good enough. We got a lot of drinking. Yeah, so I think this chapter is going to be a lot of drinking. Which is, you know, it's good. That's kind of by design. So let me bring these ones closer. Shots. Let's see. Let's mix in handing out some of the shots, drinking, pouring more, handing out, me cheersing them. Maybe not these shots, just because we're going to end with him again, so I don't want it to look too repetitive. So let's drop these down. And then is she going to sing... Oh, yeah, I think I can use some of these, because... okay, let me remind myself. Man, it's been so long. Episode 2, so we've got Kinship is Act 1 with Aibo, and it's an upbeat song. Act 2 is the throat singing, so this is more of the action stuff. Act 3 is Homestead, so any shots related to, like, I guess the kids. So I think these ones are fun. Oh yeah, so this should go into the Kinship. Alright, so let me drag these guys over. Oh, so we do have plenty of good shots. I mean, these count, right? This is a bit of Kinship, just in a different environment. Drag these over. Okay, so then this is a different chapter, right? So let's see. Let me just remind myself then. This is The Hunt. The Hunt is Act 2, Verse 2. Okay, let me play this back. So basically I need to figure out, like, what kind of soundtrack do I want to play in these intermission scenes. I have no idea yet. It's probably just like either some kind of drone music, like something ambient, or yeah, it could be like something that sounds more Mongolian. I'm not sure yet. Because I don't want the songs in between to take too much. I don't want it to dominate over the actual singing that I recorded. So, but the thought is, like, in between each verse, we'll have these little intermission moments where it's just showing a bit of the eagle in flight, or just some moments that I captured as a, yeah, there's no theme to it. It's more just meant to be like, oh, here's some nice little moments that I want to share. Which, let me make a note to myself. Okay, I just had some thoughts. I'm thinking in between each song, when I have these like eagle intermission moments, right? I'm thinking what I could do is instead of letting it play with like a background music, or yeah, because I was thinking like, how do I make sense out of these moments? Because it's a bit jarring, right? You go from like these songs with some b-roll to represent a theme around the hunt, kinship, homestead, whatever, right? And to then jump in between each one with these like eagle shots, if without any context, it just feels a little bit off, right? So now I'm thinking maybe these little palette cleansers, these little intermissions, I can actually do some voiceover. I might change my mind, but this could be where I do a bit of voiceover to kind of reflect on the previous theme that we just watched. So let's say this one we just saw the hunt, and then there'd be a lot of B-roll showing the eagle hunters out on the hunt, kind of just showing this activity that they do. And then in this, while this is playing out here in between, then my voiceover will kick in again, and I'll provide the context where I'll be like, okay, I don't know, whatever I would say, like, oh, okay, so that was a really lovely moment. Here's the context. You know, I met this guy. My Aibo took us to meet this Mongolian throat singer, and who sang about blah blah blah. And here's my thoughts, especially around the theme of hunting, because I know it's a big thing. Blah blah blah. I learned a lot about how much it's a big tradition and how much of a role it played in the history of these Kazakh hunters. Blah 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 blah. So you'd hear my voiceover kind of as you're seeing these nice visuals of the eagles in flight. I think that could be the nice way to continue making sure the video makes sense. Because initially I was thinking I would have zero voiceover, just let the songs play out. But in these intermission moments, which I do want to share, um, yeah, it could just be a little weird to not have any text or just having music and have the eagles play out. I think. Yeah. Okay, so that's my current thought. Let me just keep letting it play out. Oh, hold on, we gotta pause because I just noticed. Guess who decided to hop on back over here and hang out with us? The one and only Kimbap. Wow, look at the good boy. He looks so good in this lighting right now, I gotta say. Wait, how does it look on TikTok? Let me see. Let me switch over to the Kimbap camera. There we go. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little intermission to say hi to Kimbap. Let me make sure the music's playing. Cool. All right, let me go say hi to Kimbap real quick. I'll be right back. YouTube. Oh, actually, can I test out the let me test out the shotgun mic. We'll do a little bit of ASMR again. I was testing that earlier. It should, I mean, everything should work, right? Hold on, let's find it. Where is... I think I need to add it back in here. Bum bum bum. What would be... Audio input capture. Road NTG. Okay, and then... Let me do the same thing over here. Road NTG. Okay, and then on the TikTok side, how do I do that? I switch microphones. Where do I go? How do you switch microphones on TikTok? Ah, there we go. Nope. Okay, so we won't be able to do it on TikTok. Whatever. Hold on. Let me go say hi. I'm making a big deal when we're just trying to say hi. Let's see if this works. Good boy. Okay. I don't know if that picked it up or not. Only one way to find out. Let me try it myself. I'm going to mute the music this time. I'm going to unmute the shotgun mic. Let me do it. I'll do it myself. Okay, so I gotta put it right up to him. What about you, Nala? Good girl. Okay, ASMR test successful. Always successful. Hopefully it sounded good on the mics. Yo, what's up, Mindful Grinds? Mindful is here. Hello, bro. Another day in the real life. The purr cam. Definitely was some good purring. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. I need to figure out how to set it up on the TikTok stuff. Since we are now testing out TikTok live, but I couldn't figure out in this limited time how to set up the proper microphone there. But hopefully you guys could hear it okay, at least on the Twitch, YouTube side of things. I need to figure out a way to just get that microphone set up always properly, just ready to go there. Dylan Spencer says, what are we learning? Yo, well, one, we are learning that hearing cats purring close up is a thing of beauty. It should cure cancer, honestly. That's how good it sounds. But really, we're doing a bit of photo and video editing. So thanks for being here, Dylan Spencer. I feel like I haven't seen your name before. well, we're a small streamer, so I tend to recognize if there's someone new. But either way, thank you for being here. I did literally just take a break to say hi to Kimbap because he was MIA all day. And now look at him just hanging out over there, looking all beastly like a king, you know? So welcome to the stream. This is Kimbap over there that's hanging out. And then over yonder is Nala. So Nala's the older sister. And then, yo, thank you very much for the follow. Dylan Spencer, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is Nala, the older sister, and then Kimbap is the younger brother. And then over here is Mr. Steampunk, but I haven't come up with a good name. Someone had mentioned that I should ask people what I should name Mr. Steampunk. We'll eventually land on a name, but for now, Mr. Steampunk, the light source. And let me put the music back on. We're going to get into some editing mode. So right now I'm working on... Oh, actually, here, since if you're just tuning in, I always like these moments to be able to share a little bit of my work, and hopefully it will entice you to continue following me on all platforms and all that fun stuff. So we're working on episode 2 of my travel vlog series in Mongolia. It's going to be a 2-parter. Let me play the trailer for the first part, and if you like it, hopefully you'll watch the full video on my YouTube channel at Yobel Prize. It was a labor of love that I created on the live stream. Let's go ahead and play it. Let's see. Something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Hold on. I realized I wasn't sharing my screen. Let's do it again. There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel. Welcome back, and welcome to the channel if you are new. Dylan says, this is sick. Thank you very much. I am sick, literally. I've been sick for the past 5-6 days, which is just honestly unacceptable because it's the common cold that has gotten me. Can you imagine losing to that? Unfortunately, that's where we are. So as pathetic as my physical body can be in the moment, I hope that you enjoyed the video instead, and hopefully that's enough to kind of entice you to continue staying. Mindful says, I'm so jealous, honestly. I guess you just have to do it. No excuses, just go and make it happen. Jealous about what? Do tell. My cats? In which case, yes. Yo, Primal Nation, thank you very much for being here. Hex. Primal Nation with the epic emotes as always. Let me put the music back on. Hopefully, Primal, you had a good stream. It was fun to kind of tune back in. I need to get into a habit of doing that more often, but I've just been so all over the place. But yeah, hopefully you had a good stream, my friend. Mindful says, I was just chatting with my wife about feeling trapped. No finances to travel to capture documentary work, kids, family stuff. Listen, sometimes being trapped is not a bad thing, all right? So, you know, like think about some animals, you know, they live longer, let's say, in certain enclosures or certain sanctuaries and things like that. Not to say that you guys are animals or that we're all animals in that sense, but sometimes having a bit of like enclosure, some barriers or boundaries that we live within actually helps us to be more grounded, live towards a certain, you know, like there's pros and cons is what I'm trying to get at with terrible words. And there's always a double edge to everything, right? So as much as hopefully you guys are inspired by my travels, the work that I create. It doesn't all come for free, you know. There's a cost to everything, and so I am sacrificing quite a bit to do those travels to make this work, and I'm not in I'm not in a corporate job anymore, right? So there is a lot more pressure in my mind to make sure that what I do can be sustainable for me long term. And now I have a bit of a cushion, and I have some income, like, I've been doing work stuff that provides income to me, but there's still a lot of missing pieces that I'm still struggling. I say struggle, but it's not in a bad way. There's a lot of things that I'm still trying to figure out in the next 2 years that I've given myself to see if I can continue doing this, whatever this is, as a full-time, forever job, which is a passion. So yeah, hopefully it is inspiring though, but just know that, there's a lot that goes into it that's not meant for everyone. But every day that I do this and realize how much it's not meant for most people, it's like another moment of encouragement that I think maybe, call it autism, call it whatever, but I think I have the right mentality to be able to do this 24/7. So Dylan said, oh wait, sorry, Primal says, he didn't say that. That was just me clearing my throat. Primal says, it's going well, still streaming, just a little bit of South Park right now. Nice, dude. I need to catch up on South Park. Some boundaries are passable and some boundaries are there to stand for protection. Yeah. Dylan says, I don't know if I can curse because right now we are streaming on TikTok and I need to get through their probationary period, I think, in order to unlock some other features of TikTok. But I will say, heck yeah. What made you leave your job? Well, I usually don't get into too much of the corporate stuff, but there was just a lot of changes that I was experiencing and my team was experiencing where basically I was going to curse again, but basically I was at an impasse, if you will, where either one route that I take would mean that I need to sacrifice the time that I spend on what I was doing that I love, like the traveling, photography, the videography stuff. There's a lot that I would have to give up in order to maintain a corporate job, or I could completely just give a bit of my time into the non-corporate world. And because I was at an inflection point in terms of where I was with my content creation space, the successes that I was starting to have with some of the travels, the wildlife captures, which you can find on my Instagram channel, by the way. Although I do try to point people more to my YouTube channel, but I'm going to promote both right now. Hold on. Instagram is where I started, and then I shifted over to YouTube recently. But yeah, so I was at an inflection point where I need to spend more time in my passions, not less. But if I stayed in corporate, it would have meant spending less time doing the things that I love, at least for who knows how long. And I decided it was in my best interest to try to go all the way out to left field, spend the next 2 to 3 years just spending all my money, spending all my time pursuing this passion. And then if it fails, if I run out of money, I was like, okay, fine, I'll go back to corporate. And thankfully, I'm in a good enough position. I say position, but I'm in a good enough place where I do feel confidence in myself, my skill sets. If I need to go back into corporate, I know I can do that. But while I'm still young, I wanted to really just push myself here. And I honestly have zero regrets with it. Primal says... No, Dylan says, literally the same thing just happened to me. Gotcha. Well, listen, hopefully we can support each other. If you're a streamer as well, let me know. But yeah, if you're on this journey of trying to make your passions your living, I'm living it every day in terms of trying to make it a permanent thing. And it's really fun. Honestly, it's been the most enjoyable past couple years that I've been doing this. Primal says, I'm almost at that thinking point with my job and drawing. Gotcha. We should always have these kind of conversations, to be honest. You should never feel too complacent, too much, right? It's always good. It's good to always kind of entertain change or try to see how it can, be a catalyst to get you to another new chapter in your life. So, and right now, I don't know what we would call my chapter, but I am very much mixing up a bit of live streaming, still doing my wildlife travels, but a new thing is also learning how to be a filmmaker, and can I actually be a guide, so take people with me on my travels. So yeah, I'm doing a bit of everything, and if I have one through line or a motto that I live by, I say this a lot in my YouTube channels because I'm trying to make it a thing, okay? We're trying to make fetch happen. I don't know if young people will say anything like that anymore. But I always say that I aim to share the best of the world with the rest of the world, and sometimes I add at the end through my lens. So that is kind of the North Star for me. So everything that I capture, what brings me joy and satisfaction is that feeling when I'm able to share a bit of my thought process, my mind's eye on something, visual, artistic, whatever, and feeling that people resonate with it in a positive manner, right? So anytime that happens, that's like the kind of thing that keeps, what's the word? It's the motivation factor for me that makes me want to continue doing this. So in order for that to work though, I need people like you guys, right? All of you guys in the chat, those of you guys who've been supporting me, to keep letting me know, to always let me know if the things that I do makes you feel positive feelings, because then that's the fuel to keep doing it. But in terms of what I'm doing right now, I'm getting back into editing some of those travel vlogs. So we've got about 12 different countries, 100 terabytes worth of footage that I need to go through from the past 2 years of my travels, and start making sense of it. How do I make them into some cinematic moments? Can I turn this into like a cinematic vlogs or cinematic moments or short films? Yeah, and a lot of this is aimed towards going into my YouTube channel. So Crash, thank you very much for liking the live on the TikTok side. I appreciate it. TikTok's been really fun for me to start testing out, so you will see more of me on TikTok. I keep telling the story, and I need to tell the story, and I need to clip it so I can turn it into a YouTube video, because that's something I'm testing out. Is I want to make some shorter YouTube videos, where it's a bit more informal. It's more me talking head style as opposed to like the footage that I capture. I'll say it one more time just because, you know, we're still new to the TikTok sphere, and it's a TikTok story. But yeah, I am not a TikToker. Like, as in I think I missed the cut in terms of my age. I'm very much a millennial, so I'm in my early 30s. And so TikTok to me was a foreign world. And then to make matters worse, when I'm editing, or not editing, when I was ever on TikTok, I live in Dubai, right? But I'm from the States, but I've been living in Dubai for a number of years. So all of the content that is fed to me in the news feed or whatever it's called, it was always in Arabic. So like it's an Arabic language, it's Arabic speaking content. So it wasn't like, there was no easy way for me to like switch it over to like American content or like Western content, whatever you want to call it. So I just had no reason to like, I didn't feel encouraged to spend more time on TikTok. Anyways, as Reels are getting big, TikTok's getting big, I decided to copy and paste my Instagram Reels over to TikTok, and one of those clips went viral like literally 1 month after I posted it. It was I think I have it pinned on my TikTok channel, but it's this clip of a shoebill stork that I spotted in Uganda, and I filmed a moment where it was staring at me through the rain, and I just kind of did a little bit of a zoom factor so you can really see, and I think I might have slowed down the footage so you can kind of see, maybe I don't even know, it's been so long ago, but you can see the raindrops splashing on the shoebill's head. So because otherwise you would have no idea that this wasn't a picture, because the shoebill can be eerily still, like it's like a statue, especially when it's staring at you like that. And so thankfully the rain can show you that this was not a still image, but actually this guy's doing an eye contest with me. Excuse me. Well, anyways, it went viral like after a month after I posted it, and it was really amazing because it traveled all around the world, and I got to see people leaving comments in all sorts of languages. Very, very fascinating experience. And it did then bolster my TikTok channel, where it got me like 100,000 followers. But unfortunately, I squandered it because I didn't know how to use TikTok. So it's just kind of been sitting there idly. And occasionally I'll post something, but yeah. But now that we're testing out this TikTok live stream concept, that's giving me way more encouragement to constantly post on TikTok now. Obviously, we're starting with these lives, and hopefully you guys enjoy the lives, right? What makes matters better when it comes to TikTok is I'm not concerned whatsoever about, you know, having a certain number of followers or anything like that. I've been artificially boosted by that one video that's got me enough of a following that it seems like I can run these live streams without issue. So I can just really focus on hopefully creating content and seeing if people like it or not on TikTok. I try to do that with all the channels, but that one's just a bit more easy for me to do. All right, so we have this moment here. So this will be another one of these intermissions. So after we hear her playing, and so same thing, as you hear these songs and as you see her playing, I need to stack a bunch of B-roll clips on top. So it won't just be showing her the whole time, whatever. Oh, Crash says, hey man, sorry to cut you. No worries at all. You said, it's 10 in my country and I gotta go. Crazy story from you. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know. Don't worry about it. Obviously, you don't have to apologize. It was a pleasure meeting you. Stay strong. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Well, thank you very much, Crash. Have a good night. If it's 10 p.m., you're somewhere close to me, because right now it's 9:30 p.m. over in Dubai. But have a good night, and I appreciate it. Dylan, you asked me, what do you think about the 85 1.2? Yo, I feel like you are a plant. I guess I shouldn't be saying that, right? But I could be accused of putting you as a plant in my chat, because the 85 1.2 it's quickly grown to be my second favorite lens at this point. The 400 f2.8 is my favorite lens because I spent so much money on it, so I have no choice but to say I love it. But no, like honestly, it's what allowed me to capture some of the greatest shots of like wildlife and stuff like that. But the 85 1.2 has been the one that I use for a lot of my recent project. I'll take a moment now, actually, let me just show you. And Dylan, I believe you're new to my channel, so I'll take a moment to show you just very, very briefly, because I know other people might be sick of seeing these chimpanzees, because I've been working on these chimp footage for months now. But yeah, I had a recent trip to Uganda. I love Uganda. It's one of the places I go to the most. But as part of that trip, let me see. Yeah, what's the easiest way for me to show you? I'm just gonna open up on my computer here. And if you want to check it out, it's on my YouTube channel. It's called Island of Second Chances. I made up my very first short film. It's like 5 minutes long. Hold on. Okay. I found what I can share. So let me just open this up and I'll drag it over here. Mindful says, I spent most of my savings on camera gear, then several years of continuing education. I should have focused on documentary work. Listen, it's never too late, okay? That's what I would say. Because I didn't study this at all. So there's a world in my space, sorry. The way I think of it as like, most people my age would have been like, oh, you're supposed to go to school to get into whatever industry. But we live in this beautiful golden age where like all knowledge is at your fingertips, digitally speaking. So you can start learning things. You can just learn things. Who knew that? You can learn things outside of university. Wow. But yeah, that's the world we live in, right? So I hope I can encourage even from that standpoint, because this video was my very first attempt at making a short film, right? Everything was shot by me, edited, composed, or not composed. I took from a sound library, but like, yeah, I did all the sound mixing. I did the scripting, shot list, blah, 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 right? And I'm very, very proud of this video, and it's 5 minutes. So, and that was with no formal training, but it's not like to say as if that's super impressive, because to be honest, I used AI quite a bit. I was using Google, I was searching, I was watching YouTube videos, and everything about what you should do, how to shoot is out there, which is crazy. Let me answer Dylan's message though. So Dylan, I just want to show this because I was taking the 85 1.2 out, and a lot of these shots I captured with the 85 1.2. So I think even these moments here, 85 1.2, I think some of these close-ups as well. I used a mix of like the 400 f4.5, the 85 1.2. Yeah, those are the two lenses that I used the most for these chimpanzee shots. So when I was super far away, 400 4.5 was perfect. When they were anywhere closer, I was always going towards the 85 1.2. And then for some of the shots in the beginning of like the chimps in the forest, that was with the 35 1.2. But yeah, the 85 honestly just became like a perfect shot, perfect camera or lens for me. So I think this was all 85. Let me see. Yeah, this was with the 85 1.2, I believe. I think. Because I was like pretty far away doing an over the shoulder shot on both sides, yeah. Yeah, so to your question, 85 1.2 is absolutely a lens you should consider. Now, Dylan, if you are a Nikon shooter and you're trying to purchase the 85 1.2, if you check out my YouTube video, maybe that video in particular, and go into the link in the description, there should be a link where you can buy the 85 1.2, and it'll give you it's an affiliate link, so it would help me, not you. But yeah, you're a Canon shooter, it's okay. I forgive you. But if you got any Nikon fans out there, tell them to use my links, basically. But yeah. Honestly, 85 1.2 should be absolutely added into everyone's arsenal. Because like the 85 1.2, usually you think of it for portraitures, but then I started testing it with wildlife, and especially for like low lit scenes. So I've been doing a lot of travels in the jungle with like gorillas, chimpanzees, and the 85 1.2 really shined. One of my favorite shots I took of a gorilla, silverback gorilla, was with the 85 because of that extra light that you get. Yeah, you can get shots that are otherwise impossible for most other photographers who are maybe going into the forest with like a 2.8 or a 4, 5.6, blah, blah, blah. With that 1.2, oof, it's a thing of beauty. So, but the one that I'm trying to get these days is I need to purchase the 35 1.2. After shooting the chimpanzees with it, I was like sold. It was so much fun. I shoot mostly portraits. Well, then even more reason, honestly. Even for portraiture, I feel like the 35 and the 85 would be my go-tos. If I had to like do a photo shoot, and if it's an outdoor shoot especially, I feel like the 35 is somewhat slept on. Oh no, maybe not, because you said you use pretty much only the 35. Okay. To me, I didn't know much about the 35. What's that one meme where you say like, I'm sorry, XYZ, I didn't know your... Oh, what is that meme? You know what I'm talking about? God, I need to act younger. What is the meme where you say I'm sorry to someone because I didn't know their something? Thank God that they added AI to the Google searches. The meme you're referring to is known as I didn't know you were chill like that. No, not that. That's not it. Okay, that's wrong. What is the meme where you apologize to someone because you didn't know about their something? It's not the chill guy. I know you know the meme. I think that's it. No, it's not it. Oh, this one. I was not familiar with your game. This thing right here. The meme you were looking for is likely I was not familiar with your game. This phrase originates from a sports post-game interview where Shaquille O'Neal admitted to a basketball player that he previously doubted their skills. I owe you an apology. I was not really familiar with your game. Yes, this is what I was talking about. Okay, so meme. I owe you an apology. I was unfamiliar. Is that what people say? With your game. When did people use this? Dang it. Okay, so it was a Shaq moment, I guess. You know what? It doesn't matter. We don't have to go this far. The point is, why did I bring that up? What was the point? Oh, yeah. I needed to apologize to the 35 lens, that focal length, because I was unfamiliar with its game. Because it's impressive. And I realized, like, for portraiture, because now you get, like, you would get some clean, you would get good separation of the subject from the background. And then you still get a lot of the background. So you get the best of both worlds. Because like if you shoot with the 50, if you shoot with an 85 or anything like, you know, longer, you get really good separation, but you basically get a close-up. You don't get anything of the background to really help sell the environments, add more to the story. And if you shoot with something wider, like a 20 millimeter, you get more of the environment, so you can see what's going on, but you get little to no separation of the subject from the background. It all just kind of blends in, so you don't get something cinematic. So yeah, I need to add the 35. You said it is decently slept on for portraits. You should check out some of my 35 shots. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know how to send this in the TikTok side, but obviously for everyone else, I'll send my link to Discord. Feel free to join the Discord community. I've been slowly, as I've been streaming, I've been trying to build up a community there of like fellow creatives, artists, and occasionally on stream, if someone pops some of their work on the Discord, then I'll show it on stream and we can do a quick dissection. We can do all that fun stuff. Eventually, I want people to pay me money to do that, but you know, we're not big enough to get to that point. Eventually, that will be a thing. It's like, hey, pay me money. I have a whole coffee link, ko-fi. What do? Do I do exclamation mark coffee? Does this work? Yes. You can always go to that link, and then I think one of the options there is you can donate money to me so that I can edit one of your photos. So we'll get to that point. But yeah, feel free always to join that community and then share your work. Yeah. Okay, so let me keep playing this out while we're doing some work. So same thing, yeah. So you'll hear her sing the song. I'll add some B-roll. So imagine most of this will have some, like, we'll start with her, so you get the establishing shot, but then once she starts getting into her song, then we'll apply a bunch of B-roll to stick with the theme. So this thing was something about homestead. So I think I have a number of shots of like the children or some of the kids and like more like family moments that we'll put together as like a montage. I have no idea what they're saying. Imagine if they were talking some mad, you know, they're just like completely trashing her skills. I would have no idea. But yeah, so then obviously I'd kick back to this scene at the end, so you see everyone celebrating afterwards. And then I'll need, obviously it won't be so abrupt, right? There'll be a better like a transition in between. But like I said, once we kick into this part of the, like these intermission moments, then I think I'll add my voiceover, and then I'll give my thoughts to the song, or like add the parting words of like connecting the dots of like, oh, so this chapter was about homestead, and here's my a bit of like introspection, or here were my key takeaways of what I experienced when I spent time with them, and how important the family structure is, especially in these like harsh environments, blah 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 blah. So I'll give a little bit of those thoughts while we see this like scene play out with this eagle flying through, and then maybe I'll put something here about like the intermission, blah blah blah. That's my current thoughts now. And so I think hopefully we'll see how it plays out. It means I do need to add some scripting of what I'm going to say in between, which means it'll take me a little bit longer to create this video, but it might make it feel a bit more fleshed out, is my thoughts. And then I'll have to time it with, you know, the duration of these intermission scenes. which means that's a lot of talking. Unless I can obviously speed up some of these moments. This is a cool moment here, of course. You see the eagle flying through, landing on the arm. You get 2 points of view. You get the GoPro that was attached to my head, and then Aibo was filming me with my iPhone on the right. So this is my attempt at trying to show both shots at the same time. And then I still need to color grade this and everything, so do not worry, we'll get to there. Okay, let's continue. So this is the next chapter, the final chapter, I think? No, not the final one.
Artık sözge ecelden hevesim yok. Ölüm dese sayraydı gönlüm
I think there's just some... Ignore the B-roll here. Let me pause that. Mindful said, dude, this is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, he's, yeah, Aibo is an awesome guy, and a guide, and he was like my English translator as well. Yeah, so shout out to Aibo. But yeah, amazing voice, and yeah, I do really like this song in particular. Thankfully, I was able to record a number of these like songs that they were performing, and some of them I wasn't usable because there's a lot of background noise and stuff like that. But anyways, this one has a different tone. My key thing was I was trying to find like 4 different songs that each feel like they have a different theme or tone to it. So that way each act or each chapter or verse feels very, very distinct. And then it would make it so that the video clips that I need to associate with each of those chapters are there for a reason. So yeah, that was my thoughts. Mindful says, also keep in mind that the faster the lens aperture, the more that the autofocus will struggle. So fast subjects might be difficult. Faster the lens aperture, the more that the autofocus will struggle. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't know enough to really add much more weight to that. In my mind, for some reason, I thought, like, for instance, if I'm shooting at f1.2, I thought it was very fast at 1.2. Am I wrong? Compared to if I was shooting at like f5 or something. I could be completely wrong. Shows how much I know, right? And then this is the final intermission, I think, which is what we started the video clip with. Or not the video clip, but this is the final Eagle intermission, and this was what I briefly showed in the intro. So we're kind of like, I like to close the loop a lot. So this would be like the, hey, you saw a teaser of this moment as part of the trailer. Now let's watch it in full. That's kind of the thought process. But also add a bit more color to it, so now we get this second camera angle. And I still haven't figured out what's the best way to show this. Like, do I show it back to back, but then the video becomes too long? So I've been trying to play with, like, can I show 2 angles at once? So we got this, like, vertical point of view, and then you see when I was filming. I don't know yet. So I don't know. Excuse me. My current thoughts right now, if we go with this new direction of like I'm adding some voiceover in between each section, maybe I play this out and then I play one of them in slow motion, because I think they're both in real time, yeah? Up until a certain point. So here I think I slowed it down, but this whole beginning part I think is real-time speed. So maybe after I play this, then I can replay one of them just in full slow motion. Let me play it again, see. Oh wait, no, I'm mistaken. All of this was in slow motion because I can hear the eagle. Obviously, you hear it in the screeching because it's like, yeah, slowed down. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good idea yet, but we'll make sense of this because otherwise it's a much shorter intermission. So I could speak faster, or it could just be like a hey. Yeah, I don't know yet. Okay. Anyways, let's go to the final chapter. I think this must be the last part.
He's gonna sing a song about
Oh yeah, the closing.
slopes of Altai mountains. This song is describes the lifestyle of Kazakhstans. Yeah. Ağdağanın ürtesinde bir helek Altay'ın jandarında tünegem Ağıyıktay taң aldında selkenem Tarlısının kıranınday tülegen Eli kızım, eli kızım ötken sol bir şaktar oy Samanının kolun bulgap ötüp bara жатқан ay Esta саудай ауыздығын шайнаған Қазда бұлда көкпар тартып ойнаған Не тұрса да қарсы алдында таймаған Сексеуілдің шоғындай боп жайнаған Қайран есіл, қайран есіл ұмытылмас шақтар ой Саманымның қолын бұлғап өтіп бара жатқан ай
Oh, and then I'll probably cut this one a bit shorter. Mindful says lens speed refers to light allowed to the sensor, so faster lens means less depth of field. A wide aperture makes the lens struggle because of the thin focus distance that would need fine-tuning. Gotcha. Thank you very much. My thought process on this last song is that as he plays this, because it is like a farewell song, it's like the outro kind of, as this plays, I think the B-roll would be a lot of the shots of me basically saying goodbye. So like as we head back to the airport, as I say goodbye to Aibo, that kind of stuff. And then it should play out and then we're done. Okay, so this is kind of like the meat or the bone, I guess, the structure of the video. And then I need to apply the meat to it, right? We're going to add all the B-rolls here. And I need to start thinking through the... Wow, okay, I was thinking how far can I go with this analogy. So if this is the skeletal structure of my video here, we're now going to apply the meat, which are the B-roll shots. But then we have the joints being the intermission scenes with the eagles. So I need to start building out those joints and the tendons, which will be my voiceovers that then get applied in those joint moments in the intermissions. And then we should have a fully formed Frankenstein, right? But yeah, this is basically it. And so how long are we looking at? 8:55 until... Yeah, so that's already like maybe, what did I say? Oh, it's about 9 minutes until, so this is about like 11 minutes or so in terms of the duration, in addition to what I've already got here, which is how long? 2 minutes over here. So yeah, I think we're basically at a good duration. It should be less than 15 minutes. I think anything longer is just too long. So if I can make this video within like 10 to 12 minutes, I think that would be a perfect length, I think. So let me put the music back on. All right, I'm going to take a pause from the video editing, and I want to switch gears now. Let's get into a little bit of the photo editing, because we're almost at the end of this Sri Lanka thing. So we again, just a reminder, we haven't actually edited any photos. It's more just filtering and rating system to see which photos do I want to edit eventually. So this is the last day of this Sri Lanka trip, most likely. Yeah, we had a slightly extra day, but it wasn't a real one. Quick reminder, I was taking a group of photographers with me, so my job was not to necessarily capture things as much as it was to help these photographers capture the best moments. So I wasn't necessarily out there shooting as much as I normally would on a trip. But we have these photos. Let's go through them. And we're just going to do a rating system on it. Mindful says Lightroom Classic is the way to go. Yes, I'm a big fan. This is what I use all the time, you know. I barely use Photoshop or anything else. All right, here we go. So I don't think a lot happened on this day of the trip. I think we were just doing a lot of driving to get to some location. So we have some photos of the photographers. Oh yeah, there was this one lady here. She asked for some money, which we gave, but basically we got to take a few shots of her as she was just kind of hanging out. Oh yeah, what was this? I think this is a tea plantation, maybe? Oh yeah, and this one I was for sure testing out the HLG. I feel like this was the HLG shot. I could be wrong. But again, I didn't get many good photos here. My guess is that this was shot in that HLG mode, but I have no idea how I can check. All right, we'll save this one. A little bit of nature, but yeah, I don't think I captured anything stunning. It's been a while since I've done like proper landscape photography. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, this was when, okay, now I'm remembering. So this is when we were heading, we took a train. There's like an iconic train ride, but we took this train to Kandy, I believe is where we went, from Wilpatu to Kandy. And then we spent some time at Kandy to photograph when the train comes through this tunnel. And so you like try to get some shots, basically. And at some point, yeah, this train, Sri Lanka is known for this. Mindful says, I love the train station shot, so much depth. Oh, thank you. You know what? I kind of skipped over those. I'm glad it resonates. Yeah, like this train in Sri Lanka, a lot of people go there so they can take these iconic shots from the train ride itself. It's mostly a woman thing. I think some guys do it as well, but not as much. But you'll see some shots like imagine the Instagram girls or the Instagram models, I guess, where you're holding onto the rails and then you stick your entire body out of the train. And you let your long hair flow in the wind. And the train isn't moving that fast usually, so it's not like the scariest, although there are points where you do have to be careful. Now, this is a good shot, but over here we are not Canon shooters, so I would never intentionally try to make a shot of a Canon camera look iconic. But this is actually kind of an interesting perspective. Hold on. Okay, we'll bookmark this one. So someone stuck like a selfie stick way out here, and it caught the reflection. But yeah, you can kind of see here, this is like somebody's selfie stick. I'm assuming. Yeah, so on this trip though, there was a number of, I think there's like a group of young women that were traveling together. I think it was like some kind of tour thing. Oh man, I'm getting some memories now. They almost got in a fight with someone else. I now remember. They were in a shouting match over something. I don't even know what they were angry about. But I guess I inserted myself a little bit to calm the tensions. But then at some point I offered if they wanted me to take their photos when they do like the shot, when they extend out. So yeah, you'll see coming up a lot of photos where I was taking photos of these gals in that moment. So we'll see. Dun, 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 dun. And I was shooting this with the 135 plena lens. Which I'm a fan of, by the way. But yeah, I just like the 85 focal length more, I think. It's a bit more practical for my needs. Another Canon shooter. What's going on here? First class, of course. Of course. So yeah, this is basically what everyone does. You stick out of the train. But you got to be careful. Mindful says, I agree, the 85mm is so nice. Yeah, honestly, it's, like I said, it's my second favorite lens right now, besides the 400. This was basically me, though. I was doing the exact same thing. I think at one point, I had my buddy hold onto my leg as I extended super far out so that I wouldn't fall. So I'm basically, I do reckless things as well. And there's a funny moment where this like older gentleman decided to do the same shot as the girls. So he did the same pose and everything. It was kind of funny. I was trying to do like a photo within a photo, or like try to focus on the phone, which is kind of crazy how stalker-ish this is, because you can kind of get a good sense of the shot. And I was pretty far away. Canon folks are just closeted in love with Nikon. Yeah, of course. It's not even a secret. Hold on, let me zoom out of the 400%. This is a cute shot. But unfortunately, there's so much Canon everywhere. What is going on? I'll bookmark it, though. I think this framing is a bit better. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. I have the exact same setup. That like super long selfie stick with the Insta X3 at the time. Dun, 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 dun. So I think this is one of the gals in that like tour group, I think, that I ended up taking all their photos. Dun, dun. Oh yeah, because then I'm so bad with names. But yeah, so then she was part of the group, and then yeah, so I remember all these people now in the sense of like they were part of that group that I took photos for. So let's see. I'm pretty sure I already sent all these photos to them, but I didn't like do any like proper editing or color grading. So it was just like meant to just give it to them, enjoy. But now that we're here, we're finally going through these photos. We can be a bit more selective, see if we want to like properly edit some of these guys. But I'm not like a portrait shooter per se, so I'm not probably the best one to know. Yeah, we just go off of gut instinct, right? This could be an interesting framing though, like in this like 16:9 format. So maybe we'll bookmark this one. But then also like her face is mostly covered up. I don't know. I don't know what's the look. Yeah, maybe something where you don't see the face at all. No, I think I preferred with the... Well, this is just like an interesting shot. Oh, nice. Okay, this one's nice. And I think it could be nice even in this like very zoomed in, kind of like a close-up shot. All right. Getting somewhere. Framing on this one's not so good. This one's okay. This one's slightly not so good. This one's a bit too low. This one, the hair is a bit too messy, right? I just don't know. I don't know. I kind of like, maybe not. I was gonna say maybe the dress looks nice because it's all like flurled up and stuff, if that's a word. Okay, we'll bookmark that one. Oh, you know what? And I do know I have like proper shots of her later because this is like when I was doing the stalker mode, right? Because obviously you see her there and stuff. And eventually we took like some clean shots where she got out of the way and then I just like took the proper shot. But sometimes I kind of like it this way. You get something in the foreground that blurs, but it feels more like an action moment, like a candid moment, right? Okay, this is like a cutesy look. This one's probably a good one. Okay, I think these are fine. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. Also, I'm getting congested again. What the heck? This one is probably better than this one. This one she's doing like proper posing. I think this looks good. This one's better. Hair looks cooler. But yeah, I swear I think I end up with shots where this lady's not in the frame. So So you got to be careful. Can you imagine you're so fixated on getting your shot and nobody warns you and then all of a sudden a tree branch just like smacks you in the face, right? So you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Oh, and then I think I gave these guys these photos eventually. Man, I would love to be in this kind of mode again, where you're just backpacking around the world and just, I think my body just feels too old now to do these kinds of things too much, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Man, the colors here look amazing. Like in this background, the greens, and it's like it feels like a proper vignette forest tunnel. Here, the background's not as nice. But she's doing the pose. Colors look okay here. That's a cool shot. I like this one. Mindful says, I'm doing a weekend backpacking trip and photographing and filming eagles in Minnesota next weekend. It'll be in the 20-degree Fahrenheit range. Oh man, I'm jealous. I love the cold. Filming eagles in Minnesota. Is that like bald eagles? I would love to photograph like a proper American bald eagle, you know? I need to figure out when... I need to plan a trip to Alaska and Yellowstone for sure. There's a lot of I need tos, essentially. Yes, bald eagles, nice. Right now the temperature is 0. Damn. Yeah, although right now the weather in Dubai is perfect. It's like Arizona weather right now. I think we're sticking around like 20. Actually, yeah, let's see. What is Dubai's weather? Dubai weather. In Fahrenheit, we're looking at 70. What was today throughout the day? It was basically hovering around 70 to 68, somewhere in that range. And then currently it's 73, I think. No, it's colder. It's like 60, 66. Man, how many photos? It's going to be a little bit of a nightmare to go through all this. So we'll try to be a bit more selective. Because like at the end of the day, it's like I've already sent these photos to these individuals. So I don't need one of each of them doing the same thing. So I should be a bit more selective of which photo I bookmark to edit. Because this is not necessarily meant for anything besides like having a montage of like my photos that I capture from this trip. Yeah, so something like this, right? This is a bit more iconic in a sense, or it's different. It's a cool pose. Let me just choose one. Let's just double check the focus on this. Not that it matters too much, but yeah, this one's slightly better. This is where I get a little picky with it, and I get indecisive. I'm trying to figure out which of these poses looks best. And it's like, it's not just the pose. I'm trying to see, like, how does her shirt add to it? Like, this kind of waviness looks kind of cool, right? I feel like that has some standing. This one, the colors just look more vibrant here, and it's spread out. And then here the lighting's not as good, and I'm blurry. Yeah, so I think we're gonna stick with probably this one. But this first one also, for some reason, I really like it. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards the first one. But okay, anyways, so we got one of these. Mindful says, the eagles are very heavy this time of year along the Mississippi River, so we're expecting to see tons of them. What kind of lens are you shooting with? People come from all over the world this time of year to capture them. I'm going to have to reach out to you, Mindful, because the irony is I need guidance for my own country when it comes to, like, where should I go? How should I travel for some wildlife trips? But yeah, I'm trying to figure out, ideally I can organize some trips there for scouting purposes without paying as much money. So if I was a better businessman right now, I'd be organizing a few scouting trips where I can invite people to join me, where it's like, at the very least, you're offsetting my cost, but we're all benefiting from, like, shared costs, shared expenses. And I need to travel throughout Alaska, Yellowstone, and, like, see the bisons in the wintertime, or like the bears, the grizzlies, and the salmon season, that kind of stuff. You're going to use the 150 to 600 millimeter Sigma. Nice, nice. I think I always prefer the ones where you don't see the face, right? It's like the faceless pose. So, like, a shot like this looks better to me. This guy was my favorite. So this guy was, I don't think he was part of their group, but obviously you're all kind of sharing this train for however long together. So at some point I asked him if he wants to get the same shots, and he was on board. He was like, okay, sure. Mindful says, I love northern travels. Going up to Lake Superior is beautiful in the winter and summer. Also, northern Minnesota is beautiful. I would like to get out to Montana again. Nice. Yeah, so much beautiful, like, national parks and, like, yeah, road tripping vibes throughout the states. So let's see. I hope I have, like, a really awesome shot of this dude. Because obviously he was kind of doing it in jest. Like, we were all just kind of making fun of the fact that it was, like, all these girls that were lining up to get the iconic, you know, stick yourself outside the train shot. So so you can even see here, he even gets his tongue stuck out here. I think it's great. Brilliance. Bravo. Oh, it gets even better. All right, let's see. Wow. Bravo. So let me uncheck that one, because this is damn near perfect. Let's go with now this is a proper model shot right here. Okay. Good separation. Yeah, so all of this I was testing out the 135 millimeter f1.8 lens, which is a thing of beauty for sure. Like, what a crazy camera. We're getting a nice close-up on the sunglasses here. Just inches away from getting her face slapped by this branch. Mindful says, an international Yobel photo and video trip sounds good to me. We'll start saving. I'm planning a trip up to remote Lake Superior Island, where many black bears are sometimes this summer. Yo, well, thanks for the vote of confidence there. But yeah, I am planning to organize a number of trips. Right now, I'm just trying to hone in on Uganda and just get some film project stuff underway. But yes, let me know. I do want to plan a few trips, like including back to Hokkaido in the wintertime for the Izomomongas and like the foxes and the cranes. I would like to go back to Mongolia for like the there's like the festival, the Eagle Hunter Festival. I want to do my own scouting trips to Ethiopia, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. Where else? Organized tour to Zimbabwe. Vietnam again would be interesting, but that'd be less for wildlife, although there is like this one monkey I really want to capture there. And yeah, anyways, all over the world. Colombia again would be nice since I've been there, so I can organize a trip there. Doing the Pantanal for the jaguars. Someone gave me a contact, so if I want to do like the pumas in where? Patagonia, I think. Dylan says 35 would have been sick here. Yeah, for sure. I was testing out their 135 lens, which, by the way, I'm a big fan of for sure. Oh, wait, did she get hit by the thing here? Yeah, so she did get hit by this. You can see all the pollen and everything falling from it. So you got to be careful. Yeah, the 135 at times felt slightly too tight. This is why I always go back to the 85. 85 just, it felt like a more practical focal length that I end up using for most of my, like, you know, especially when you're traveling, everything's unpredictable. 85 just had more use cases, or like functional use cases. So the trade-off of having like slightly better, you know, bokeh separations, you know, whatever other quality you get from a 135 versus 85 wasn't enough for the practical value of having a wider focal length. This could be an interesting shot. I don't know. I'm always a fan of like reflections, but you know what I was thinking of right now? This, remove the face. If you just look at the outline of this, is it just me? Not that I know much about women's anatomy. Does this look like the uterus or something? Am I thinking the right body part? I don't know. Like, if you look at this very abstractly, like, cross your eyes. Anyways. Mindful says, we watch a lot of Vietnam remote living videos. It seems like a great place to visit. I lived in South Korea for over a year and would certainly go back. Oh, nice. Yeah, Vietnam's a beautiful place to go. Honestly, I would love to go back there. I took a group out there recently, like last year. A group of, I think, 10 to 12. But yeah, that was a lot of like doing photo shoots, like going to certain villages, doing like model shots, stuff like that. Going to like, yeah, doing like shots of, yeah, it's just like really iconic shots. But yeah. What's up, Cyronius? Cyronius is here saying, photo fam. Yes. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Today is the second day in a row. We're back into the grind. I am doing a bit more functional streaming in the sense that I'm like going through a lot of the photos and videos from my trips. So we're getting back into the, you know, you remember back in the day, month 1 of my stream, when I used to edit footage from like my travel vlog series, right? So the first half of this stream, I was focusing on editing for my Mongolia part 2. And actually we made some good progress. I've made some good structural progress in terms of like making sense out of what I should do. So I'm very excited to get back into it soon. Now I switched gears. I'm going into like photo editing. So we're on the last day of this Sri Lanka trip, last full day. And we were on a train ride and I ended up becoming the photographer for a number of different people. So we're just seeing if there's any like super cool shot that I should definitely bookmark. And there's plenty of them, of these gals, so now I'm just like being a bit more picky, trying to see like, is there like a really cool, so like this one looks nice with the nice separation here, and yeah, the hair looks nice. What else? Cyronius says, dangerous. Hate to see a person slap into a pole, lol. You say hate, and then you laugh at the end of it. Evil. Well, there was a photo earlier where one of the girls got slapped in the face by like a tree branch, which I guess you could say was my fault. I probably should have warned her, but I think, you know what, it's not my fault, because my job is to focus on what's on the camera and snapping the moment. There should be someone else that warns both of us, you know, like, hey, watch out. This one's a cool shot because of that tunnel. I think something about this makes the... yeah, honestly, sometimes I just say things without knowing why. But there's something about the composition here that speaks to my eye a bit more than some of the other shots. So we'll bookmark that. See, and you might notice, like, these faces, you've seen them before, because we already went through some of the photos of them. They liked this so much, they wanted to go back for more. They wanted seconds and thirds of like, yo, can we do more of these shots? Okay, there's another section. Can we get some more? And I obliged. Okay, this is, these are some cool shots, or we're getting some nice posing. I would, oh man, can you imagine if there's one of these girls who had the upper body strength, like gymnast strength, where they could literally have both feet extended out and they're just gripping the bar and that's it? That'd be crazy. Yeah, if we had a super ambitious person, maybe I should have told them like, hey, kick yourself away from the... Yeah, so do a quick little kick out from the train, so then when they return back to the train, if I do some fast shutter shots, or fast shots, maybe I'll get one where both feet are frozen in time, suspended in air. Mindful says, oh man, nice, I love that shot. The tunnel is so awesome. Yeah, I think the tunnel added something to it, which I can't really voice. Cyroni says, definitely would be cool. Yeah. Nobody was hurt in the making of this shot. Man, this chick was like ripped. Dang. She got muscles in places that you wouldn't see muscles. This one looks a bit soft. I might have missed the focus. Oh no, it's just loading. Okay. I like the composition here, but I wish she was a bit more extended. Oh, okay, here we go. That's a good shot. Yo, now we're talking. That's a cool pose. So I need to like take notes as well, because I'm not a portrait shooter. So I need to kind of get a sense of like, what are the poses in the future as like I build up my own shot list. So for the next time, I'll be like, hey, you need to do this pose, this pose. So I think this kind of pose where she's looking up at the sky and then the hair's flowing from the side profile. This does look nice. And now I just got to find a good pose and where the hair also flows well. This one's like a crazy action shot. This one, the hair doesn't look as nice. So I think this is the one right here. I think this one. This one, I think the hair is a little too wide. This one has a bit more curl to it going inwards. So I feel like this is the winner. Man, this might be the most ripped girl that I've ever met, I guess. As we get back into our gym grind, as I get back into being in shape, I need all the motivation I can get. Today is the last day of me being sick. I feel it in my bones. I'm still a bit congested, but I feel way much better. I was like at 95%. So tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I'm going to hit the gym. It's going to be great. Because I don't want to shave my head off anytime soon. And I did promise people I would if I don't hit my PR on my deadlifts. So let's get into it. cool hairstyle. This lady, I'm trying to remember, was she less ambitious? Oh no, never mind. Oh man, I spoke too soon. I was about to say like, oh, maybe this lady was a bit more shy about, she was being more careful, right? Like, oh, I shouldn't be so reckless with it. So she didn't like extend her body fully out like the other girls did. I was about to say that. And then the next shot here, she's like fully out. Like this looks, I don't know why, but something about this looks the most dangerous. So good on her for proving me wrong. Jeez. You crazy. Backgrounds are not as cool. Oh yeah, this is the same, wait, no, same couple? Different couple? I forget. Anyways, another couple that I sent them their photos later. Dun 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 dun. Oh man, you know one thing that's kind of it always happens. It's like a thing. If I end up taking photos of someone when I'm traveling and then they give me their Instagram or they give me their information so that I can send them their photo, I feel like 9 out of 10 times the person that I took the photo and that I'm going to give the photos to, they are so persistent. They are so persistent and insistent and other assistants, right? When it comes to like reaching out to me and be like, hey, where are those photos? Can you send me those photos? Are the photos ready? And it's just one of those where it's like, you know, case by case, right? Because sometimes I'm the one who asked to take the photo. And so in which case it's like, look, I took the photo, I asked. But then if you were someone who reached out to me when I was traveling and say, hey, can you take my photo? And I'm like, oh, sure, yeah. And then, oh, can you send it to me or when it's ready? I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then if you're constantly pestering me about like, hey, can you send me? By the way, I know, I realize I'm saying this as I'm on this lady. I'm not saying she did that. I have no idea. It's just a thought that crossed my mind. She might have been. She might have been one of those. But yeah, it's just something I realized. I don't know. They're just so like, yo, chill, okay? I get it. You're afraid that I'm going to be like sending you the photo a year later or never. And that does happen, right? So it's not without reason. But just give me some time. Kind of like, you know, I don't know. Never doubt the need for attention from a narcissist, says Cyronius. Sometimes they just have to have a whole country of Greenland. Yo, man. Sometimes I'm glad I left the States because it's somewhat separates me from the news that I hear, right? It's almost like, hey, not my problem kind of a thing, which is not a good thing. But my goodness, it must be so crazy. If I was in the States right now and I'm just catching up with my buddies every day, it must be so exhausting having to talk any current event stuff. Because, like, Jesus, yeah. We're a little bit removed from that here in Dubai. Oh, wait, no, even in Dubai, there are crazy things happening, right? You don't feel it on the ground, but then again, I never leave my apartment, but I've read some stuff where there's like tensions between UAE and Saudi, and now I think India is like signing a pact with the UAE because Saudi signed some kind of agreement with Pakistan, and it's like, what the heck is going on, man? The whole world, just craziness. And all of these problems, there would be world peace if only Greenland became the 51st state. Didn't you know that, Cyronius? All of it would be solved. This is a cool shot. But I know women, you know what, I need to take that away. That's not true. I was going to say only women, but I think it's a guy and a girl thing. You just are very picky with your own photo, whether it's like, oh, there's some wrinkles here, there's something about my face that I don't like. Because like to me, as an outsider, I look at this photo, I'm like, yo, this looks so cool. But then if maybe this person would be like, oh, I don't like my face on this, or I don't like this or that. I don't know. People are so picky. Like, I think these are amazing shots. I think she looks lovely. But But yeah, anyways. Who knows? Who knows? Who asked? Like, something about this shot looks very dreamy, which I like. Okay, let me blow my nose again, because I think you can hear it in my voice. I'm getting a bit more of that congested feeling. Hold on, let me mute myself. And then I'll read your chat. Okay, we're back. You know, I just realized every time I blow my nose, but I have the headphones on, it like makes my ears pop. Quick little intermission, because I see Kimbap just being a cutie over there. Let's go hang out with Kimbap. Let's see how Nala looks. Nala looks adorable as well. Mindful says, man, I am seriously not liking what is going on geopolitically right now. I want to move to another country. There are always things going on in the world, though, so many people just want peace. Yeah. I agree with you. There's a bit of that kind of like first world problem syndrome. You know what? That's one of the values of traveling, honestly. Depending where you go, obviously, if you're like going to resort, it's different. But one of the things that really got me hooked on traveling to begin with, and I feel like this should be something every American, it feels like you have a privilege in many ways to have this US passport that for now, we'll see, right? But it takes you all over the world with ease. And to me, I feel almost obligated to travel. If I have that US passport, knowing that so many people around the world would love to be able to have that ability to just like on a whim say, I want to go to X country and not worry about being on some kind of a wait list for the visa system or whatever, right? So it's definitely been something that I don't take lightly. But yeah, when you travel to various parts of the world and you see like how people live, especially like, you know, if we're traveling to like, you know, not just like third world countries, right? But just places that are less well off than you would imagine in the States at you know, like city life, whatever else. It's like a nice reminder that there's so many different ways to live life, and not one of them is necessarily the best or the right answer. Because like, man, one of the things you see as trade-offs when you travel to some parts of the world is like they have much less when it comes to material things, but they have a lot more when it comes to community, where there's like a bit more of a close-knit nature to like the family, to, you know, all your neighbors and everyone supports each other because everyone's kind of in the same boat. Whereas like, you know, living in the States, in the city life, even here in Dubai, I don't know my neighbors, right? I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what their problems are. Like, there could be so much. If we all knew our neighbors here, like we would help each other out, and like sky's the limit of like all kinds of cool things. But yeah, we're all like siloed in these little buckets. So consider that an EU passport is great as well. In fact, an EU passport allows you to travel to more nations directly. Yeah, I think the US passport's amazing. So it's not, but I don't mean it just for the US. Obviously, there are more powerful passports out there in the world. So my point is more like, if you have the privilege to be able to travel easily, I feel like it's one of traveling the world is like something that we are so lucky. Like in the grand scheme of the history of humanity, we're like a speck in the spectrum of the generations that actually live in a generation where we can hop on a plane, a flying vehicle that can take us all the way around the world in a single day, right? So the notion of even hopping on something that can fly you around the world is like such a modern era, modern generation, modern technology that no one else throughout the history of humanity was able to ever experience. So if we live in that era where you have the money, because obviously it takes money, if you have the money, if you have the energy and the time to travel around the world that is like the greatest privilege, because how often does anyone ever in the grand history of humanity get to say they did that? This is like a very interesting shot to me. I can't pinpoint why. It feels like a kind of like a social commentary shot, right? Like if I frame it a certain way here, like this, maybe. Something about this feels... It feels like there's something about this that gives some kind of emotions that I can't really pinpoint. And it's not good emotions. It's a little bit of like the... You know? This is the way that you have to live in order to sustain yourself. And it's not like, you know, a life. I don't know. There's something about this that feels interesting that I want to continue editing. Cyrone says scene. Oh, my bad. Scene change by the way. Who cares? You guys love seeing my cats. Probably way more than when I'm editing. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Mindful says, you have your cat screen up right now? Yeah, I was talking about my cats. You guys think I'd be so stupid not to show my screen? I was saying, look how depressing Kimbap looks, right? Okay, sorry. My bad, guys. This is the shot I was talking about. One of these guys. Yeah, this feels... Yeah, Kimbap is a social... Yeah, Nala is a social commentary photo right here. I meant this shot here where... Yeah. Well, any part of the shot, really. But if I line it up something like this, could be nice to edit. Yeah, it gives me emotions, but not all good ones. Emotional damage. But it does put things into perspective, right? Like we said. I hate to be the guy. I feel like I'm always this guy. Because all my friends, people I meet, they're always shocked by how optimistic I tend to be. Like, I generally, like, no matter the circumstances, I tend to be very much one of those, like, well, on the bright side, or, you know, it could have been worse. And I must imagine that that can be really tiring at some point. Because, like, you know what? Just accept the fact that life is terrible right now. Why can't you just say that and enjoy how miserable you should feel? But generally speaking, I am very much like a, you know, I try to think, like, things could be worse. What a life he must lead. Yeah, yeah. And it's like, man, for all the problems that we face in our modern day society, whatever, physical problems, work-related issues, relationship-related stuff, it's like, at the end of the day, if you got working internet, you got a roof over your head, you've got air conditioning, you know, there's like some things like that it's like crazy how much of the world doesn't have that, right? But again, it's not to take away from our problems or, you know, whatever, but this is why I like traveling. It puts it in your face. You can't avoid it. You see it and you're like, well, dang, was I really complaining about that thing the other day? Yeah. All right, is that all the photos? Did we get through it all? Yes, that was all the photos from that day. So now we just have one more day with a few shots. Now, these shots I don't really care about as much because when I went here, we did this kind of like as a throwaway activity. We just passed by one of these beaches where sometimes you'll see this like iconic shot of these fishermen, right? Who are doing like the old school way of fishing. However, one thing I didn't know until we were there is that this is like posed, right? So you just pay them money. Like nobody fishes like this anymore, is my understanding. They're just kind of chilling there. And then basically if you show up at the beach and you're like, oh, can we get some photos? You pay them money and then they set themselves up on these poles to get their shots taken. And it's like, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. And I know, again, a lot of photographers, that's how they get their award-winning shots. There's a whole industry of this in Vietnam, right? You go to Vietnam and there's all these like child models or like locals with the bamboo hats or people who are like knitting or doing whatever. And I joined some of those trips and, you know, they're being paid for you to capture certain shots of them. And so I'm not like opposed to it. You know, it's like a win-win. They're getting paid money and it's a bit of sharing their culture. It's like showing some traditional moments of that culture. It brings more tourists. It's like a win-win-win. But then like from my side, I think I love capturing candid moments more than like the what's the word I'm looking for? Candid versus posed, I guess. So yeah, so it's like these are cool, but there's no real story behind this, right? King, what's up, King? King says, Joe Bell, since you're in Dubai, maybe getting a pet monkey like Sing Sing. Who's Sing Sing? Listen, I am the monkey. You're looking at him right now. I do the oohs and the ahs. I do them all. And I got my cats, obviously. First world problems, says Cyronius. Yeah. So yeah, we have these shots, but it's just never ended up being something where I felt obligated to like spend more time on it. Because yeah, there is no story. Like I'm telling a story now, so there's a story, but it wasn't like a compelling story of like, oh, I was over here and we were walking by and then boom, what out of nowhere, we saw these local traditional fishermen suspended in midair and they were hanging on to these things, blah, blah, blah. And here's how they do it. Yeah, there's nothing. It was just straight up, hey, we walk in there, we pay them money, they set themselves up, take the shots, and they walk away. There's no emotion. There's nothing. They're just like, yeah, nobody's happy. It's just like I don't know. It felt weird. But I'll bookmark some of them. But it is good for like if you're trying to teach photography, right? So in that sense, these are nice because then you bring photographers, you've got the model that's posing there, you tell them what to do, and then you can help all the photographers learn like, oh, now try taking this shot. Why don't you try with this settings? That kind of stuff. Cyronia says, I have a fun fact for you. You use the Z9 camera body? Yes, I do. I do. Oh, there was a firmware update, which I still haven't updated. I've been so busy. Tell me about this fun fact. And is it fun? Who is it fun for? I guess is the real question. So you can see I was testing something out here because I was getting bored of just taking the same shot. So I was trying to see, can I take a shot with the waves crashing? In hindsight, or if there's one thing I could have tried to test was maybe doing a slower shutter speed, and but being stable and getting a mix of that water flowing around the sharp subject. Siren says, go grab your body. I'd rather show you. I can't. My camera is, my Z9 is currently being used for this shot right here. Hello, hello. For Nala. But it is in front of me, so if you just tell me what to do, I might be able to touch it, but like the camera's up against the wall, it's hard for me to like yeah, it's just chilling there, you know what I mean? Oh, Cyronius. Wait, since you are here. Oh, wait, okay, two things. One, and I mentioned this a while ago, it's just been tough. I want to start doing like voice Discord call-ins, right? I think that'd be fun to be able to have other streamers hop in and we like, you know, it's not just me talking, but we can like collab together. We can do whatever and just have people hop in on a call and just chat with me, right? I would love to do that. Although the one thing I realized is in Dubai, Discord doesn't work unless I go on VPN because of some pesky rule in Dubai and the UAE where they have their own private, there's something called Boat Team that they push, which is like a WhatsApp equivalent, like a FaceTime. So they block all of the video calling services, except for Google Meet. For some reason, that one skates by. So hopefully they never cancel that. So you need VPN in order to make it work, which means my internet connection slows down. So I have to test if I can be on VPN while I'm multi-streaming and be able to have like viewer call-ins, stuff like that. Saroni says, when you review a photo, you can record a voice memo. So if you ever want to replay some critical notes, I never knew that. I'm going to have to test that out. That's really cool. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. So yeah, Cyronius, that's one thing. It was like, oh, maybe if you want to hop in a voice call at some point, once I figure out how to set it up. The second thing is, since you're here, I mentioned briefly before that I am currently in the midst of setting up and like getting the proper kit, the full kit, to be able to run an IRL live stream from a safari, from the wild, all that. So I know we briefly chatted about it, but I want to take some time as I'm going through these photos. I just want to like quickly talk through what is the gear I'm looking at. But I think the main thing right now, it's going to be the Rodecaster Video as my video audio switching product, I guess. And then we'll have, in the ideal setup, if I get this all working out, I'll have two Nikon ZRs attached to the Jeep, if I'm in the Jeep. One facing forward for the front point of view, and one facing interior for like the selfie shot. So let's say if I'm streaming, the interior shot might be on majority of the time because people can see me, and they can see the Jeep moving. But then occasionally I might switch over to the front point of view, so when the Jeep is rolling, you get the views and whatever else. Then separately, I would I'd have my own, either my Nikon ZR or the Z9. I still haven't decided what's better to shoot with, because obviously with the Z9 I would get better wildlife photos, and I have the NRAW, so I still end up with 12-bit really nice footage to capture. And it's the Z9, so it's very bulky, it's gonna last, it's meant for this. But then part of me was like, oh, should I shoot with the ZR? Because one, the ZR is the new thing, right? And I've gotten more into filmmaking, so part of me feels like I would rather shoot with the camera that's meant for film. So anyways, that's my own interior, like that's my little internal dialogue here as I debate what should be the handheld camera. But the point is, imagine I'd be having that camera with the 400 2.8, and that becomes my stream camera at times, so I can switch over to this when the wildlife shows up. So then I would just become the cameraman, and I would point it at the animal. I'd either record at the same time, or I'd be taking photos at the same time as the viewers can actually see whatever I'm capturing. And then God, I hate being sick. But who does like being sick, you know? And then what else? What else? Oh yeah, and then I'm looking at getting the Hollyland Pyro H. Hollyland Pyro H, which would then allow me to do wireless HDMI. So I'd hook up the Hollyland Pyro H to my shooting camera, and then the receiver would be connected to the Rodecaster via one of the HDMI inputs. So then that way, hopefully, I can move the camera around and it should be fairly easy to show what I'm doing. And apparently the latency is not too bad, so should be good there. So anyways, that's kind of my setup, and then I'd have like some Rode mics hooked up to the Rodecaster, and I'd mic myself up, the other individual, like the driver. And then we'd be using like a Starlink and like a TVU live view. I know you said you have like a Peplink kind of service, so I just need to double check and see like how much of a difference of quality are we talking about, because obviously the live view TVU, it's more commercial, it's commercial grade, and it's more expensive, but it's also very well trusted. Oh yeah, look at this one. Okay, let's just focus on this photo for now. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Someone used to say, I don't know, 30,000 for a TV is kind of crazy. Wait, is that how much it costs? What are you talking about? Is TVU or live view cheaper? Let me first start with that question. TVU is generally considered cheaper or a better value than live view, especially for basic needs, with users finding live view more expensive. Okay, I'll have to look into that. TVU is often cited as the more budget-friendly option. Hold on. How much does it cost to buy a TVU CPU kit streaming. Buying a new TVU, blah blah blah. Similar high-end professional bonded cellular units often cost upwards of $5,000 to $10,000. Used older models have appeared for around $2,500. Rental services are approximately $4,000 per week, or around $750 to $800 per day. Oh no, sorry, no, yeah. The latest TVU includes 6 global modems, 4.5 hour battery life. Okay. Yeah, and the thing is, like, it all depends where I end up traveling to, but some of the places I'm considering, it would be better to shoot with like well, I'm gonna need the Starlink, right? So some places I could survive with just like a TVU kit or a live view kit or whatever. I think that the better option for you is to go with the OBS bot talent. OBS bot. Let's check this out. OBS bot. All-in-one multicam live streaming and production studio. Oh wait, I'm a bit confused. What is this used for? Are you saying I should use this instead of, in lieu of what, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what would this replace? Yeah, I think we're on the same site here. Let me just try. Like, are you saying this would replace the Rodecaster? If I want multicam streaming, this would handle that. Alternative to the TVU. But my understanding was the reason I wanted the TVU was because I needed something that could do the cell bonding. That's the main thing. I couldn't care less about whatever other features it has. I just need something that would allow me, if I'm live streaming in a location where there's cell coverage, that I could have a stable connection throughout the stream. And then for like everything else, I'd be using like the Rodecaster and yeah. Encoder, switcher, monitor, recorder. Okay, now part of me is like, this feels a bit too good to be true. But again, like I said, what is this replacing it compared to what my current kit list includes? So if my current kit list has a Rodecaster, it's got a wireless HDMI. I've got my Starlink. And then a cell bonding service, which I thought would be the TVU. But the TVU is not a monitor, right? Like, I don't use it for that. My assumption was like, I just need this cell bonding thing. It's in a backpack. I put it somewhere safe, and that's it. But like, the way I'm reading this, it's like saying this is actually replacing the Rodecaster. Because, yeah, you hook up a bunch of cameras to it. I guess oh yeah, and then I was thinking of, I have a mini PC that I purchased, right? So then I would have the mini PC plus that. If you're doing your mixing of video and audio as a single HDMI out, then you only need the Bella box. Bella box.
Hi everyone, I'm Arishan Laral and I'm the creator and main developer of BellaBox.
Yo, I cannot understand this guy. Feel bad, but okay, let's just look up Bella Box. Bella Box IRL live stream. IRL. Okay, but are you saying this one can compete against like a TVU live view? You said, pause for a second. When you're attempting to stream, what exactly are you going to try to send and where? Does the Roadcaster allow you to send SRT? I have no idea what SRT is. Okay, so here's what I was going to do. It was going to be a Roadcaster that connects all the cameras. So it does all the video switching as well as audio switching, the audio stuff. And then from the Roadcaster, I would have a mini PC connected to it. And the mini PC, link me to your Roadcaster. It's the Roadcaster video. Let me send it. Hold on. Actually, Photo Elite, I believe, is the one who actually initially showed me the Roadcaster Video S, which came out recently. But the Video S is like a smaller version of the Roadcaster Video. So okay, let me think. So yeah, then I would use the Roadcaster to hook up to the mini PC, and the Roadcaster has like live streaming capabilities as well, I believe, but I'll be powering it through the OBS on the mini PC. So mini PC connecting with the Roadcaster, the mini PC, I would then have the OBS running, and then I would start the stream from the PC, and the Roadcaster just becomes one of the inputs, so you can see the videos and stuff. And then I would use the OBS to create some like the chat alerts, overlays, stuff like that on top of the video cameras that show up. And then yeah, so the PC would then be the thing that connects to the Starlink or the TVU, whatever system, to broadcast the stream. You said, Mindful says secure, reliable transfer, SRT. Okay. You said cameras to the Roadcaster to the mini PC. Yeah, exactly. It'd be, you know what? I think at one point I drew this out on Canva, but basically it'd be, yeah, think of the Roadcaster as like right in the middle. Everything connects into the Roadcaster, basically. Cameras go into the Roadcaster. Yo, good morning, BT. BD says, good day, people. Yo, I'm glad you are here as well, BD. Oh my god, wait, BD, I've been meaning to ask you a question in particular. Hold on. Because I think I bookmarked it somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. The Manfrotto Magic Arm 244N. Okay, because I was going to ask for your opinion on what is the best like clamp and magic arm system if I'm going to attach a couple cameras onto the roof of a Jeep, right? So if I'm on a Jeep Safari and we've got that roof bar, and from that roof bar, I want to have two clamps where I have two cameras suspended from the roof bar. And so it'd be like these big clamps with like a magic arm or something. And then I would attach it to the cage of the camera, and one facing either direction. But obviously I need the system to be as sturdy as possible so it doesn't like loosen up over time. I'm currently using like an iFootage with like some crab arm, crab something. I'm using that actually for my cat camera right now for this guy. But obviously I'm not moving it around anywhere, so it's fine. But once we get into like a moving vehicle where everything's bumping around and stuff, I need to make sure I have the strongest clamp system and magic arm system for the camera. So I was looking at, like, I know there's small rig, but then there's this Manfrotto one that I want to look into. Or do I just use the one I've got, which is this iFootage thing? But yeah. Saroni says OBS can then send SRT or RTMP to the Bella box, and that is just the SRT LA with hotspots. Okay, can you help me make sense out of that? And this is why I need viewer call-ins, or I have to figure out this whole Discord thing. You're saying instead of getting the TVU or the live view, if I get a Bella box, I can have the exact same capabilities that I'm looking for, which is like some kind of boosted cell bonding service. But then, like, without, yeah, so then the OBS obviously needs to have some kind of internet to then start streaming. So then you're saying the OBS would need to connect to either a Bella box or a TVU. Okay, so if I didn't have a Bella box, if I had a TVU, that's all I need, right? Because that's my assumption, or that's what I thought so far. You just need like a TVU or a Starlink or a live view or whatever to get you on the internet, and then the OBS hops onto that network and you stream. I don't know anything about this SRT thing though. You said you need something that can send out SRT-LA. Okay, so the things that can send out SRT-LA are like the TVU, live view kind of stuff, right? Does the TVU or live view send out SRT-LA? Yes. Gotcha. Secure, reliable transport, which acts as an LA, the cell bonding technology. Okay. The Bella box is the super inexpensive way to send out SRT-LA. You just feed it a video audio input of your choice. Stream mode. Hold on. Okay. I've been talking to Claude AI quite a bit these days, so I'm testing them out. If I want to do some IRL live streaming in remote locations like in national parks or private game reserves, how would a TVU compare with a live view or Bella box? Give me a comparison of the three. You said you just feed it video audio of your choice. It's incredibly flexible. You can do HDMI in if you want. Wait, is it HDMI in or HDMI out? So if I have the Rodecaster and it's got 4 HDMI inputs, I would connect 2 cameras physically through the wired HDMI. I would connect the Hollyland Pyro H for the wireless HDMI to the camera that I'm hand holding. And then I have 1 extra port available, which I'm assuming will be used up by something. I forget what. So then the TVU or live view or Bella box, that needs to connect into the Rodecaster through the HDMI or through what? Live views use their own protocol, RCT or something. It's similar. BD says TVU and live view have proprietary transport protocols, ISX on the TVU side and LRT on the live view side. Okay. Also, thanks for being here, BD. Hopefully you're having a good day. Wait, welcome. You must be officially in Taiwan. Is that right? Anyways, hopefully you're having a good project shoot or whatever. Saturday says the Bella box can ingest HDMI and audio. then it sends it as a video protocol to your computer at home if you're wanting to stream directly to Twitch while in the wild. Oh, so basically what would happen is, yeah, I wanted to obviously stream live. So imagine I'm in somewhere in Africa and I'm doing the stream. There maybe I'll need a second person with me who can either do all the switch, like the video switching, or just kind of monitoring everything. I don't know if they can be fully remote. Like, is it something where Cyrones, you could literally do all of it from your home, or do they have to be on the same network as me? Or I don't know, right? Point is, it would be me primarily, maybe a secondary person to help me out. But while I'm live, yeah, I would want it to stream to Twitch and YouTube. Ideally, if I have a strong enough connection, I want to multi-stream to both YouTube and Twitch. If it's not strong enough and I want to like pilot it out with the most stable situation, maybe I'll just choose Twitch, right? And just stream from Twitch only and see how things go. Yeah. So when you're asking about this, like stream directly or like a video protocol to your computer, I have no idea what you mean by that. I think you explained it to me once before. So like, for example, if I kept my Mac Studio on from home, you're saying something about like, oh, actually the Mac Studio, as long as it doesn't turn off, would then power the stream. But the problem is I can see how that would run into issues, because obviously if I'm gone for like, imagine I'm gone for 2 weeks or longer. If the computer crashes, something happens, then what do I do? Whereas like, I think for your situation, it was more like, hey, if you're going out for a shoot for the day, then obviously you feel more comfortable leaving your computer at home to do everything. I think that's what you're saying, but I'm not sure. Alternatively, I would bring my Mac, let's say if I bring like my MacBook Pro, and then I turn the stream on from that, but I leave it in the lodge of the where I'm staying. But then the problem is, now I imagine that one has to have a good enough internet connection from the lodge. So either way, I'm stuck with like making sure I have a stable connection. But maybe if I have my own personal Starlink and I just hook it up in the lodge where I'm staying, because then now there's no shakiness, there's no in-vehicle roaming or anything. You're saying if the stream is actually powered from a computer in that Starlink enabled environment at home, or like not home, from the Safari Lodge, like the base camp, if you will, then I don't need as strong of a connection on the road. Actually, sorry, let me read your chats. But yeah, I'm on a bit of a tangent here, and I don't know if I'm making up a bunch of bull. BD says, but the cloud servers or physical servers that receive the signals allow you to basically send to anything with any standard protocol. Cyrone says there's methods for this madness. We need to jump into voice to slap these details out more fluidly. The main problem with streaming remotely is the serious lack of bandwidth. BD says, I'm in Taiwan currently. Have been working here the last couple of days preparing for our show. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I forget if you said this is your first time in Taiwan. I've never been, but hopefully you're hopefully the preparations and the shooting and all that is going well. Saroni says, so the idea is to shut as much data as possible while your connection is either split between carriers or multiple connections, and then it's reconstituted back at a remote ingest when you have a much higher output to multi-stream, etc. Jesus. Well, okay, so in a world where I have Starlink connected to the Jeep, I assume that is like the best case scenario, assuming I have the right plan and everything, where it would just give me, I believe you would get like at least 30 to 50 Mbps while you're in the Jeep, right? So that should be plenty to be able to have a proper stream, whether it's just a Twitch or if I multi-stream, I think. Or if I'm going to certain areas where there's a good enough cell connection, that's where I was thinking, okay, I need to either rent or purchase a TVU, live view, or like this Bella box or something else if I can make it myself. But like, listen, let's be real. I have no idea how to do that. And then hopefully that should be enough that if I have it with me on the Jeep, it should power it. And we've seen some examples of this recently, right? Because some of the big streamers that have done that in like private game reserves where they do have cell towers. So that is like the fallback solution. But I'm curious because now you've planted a thought in my head and I have no idea, I haven't thought it through. But is there a solution where you would have the most stable connection? I don't know if that would make sense. But basically, if I'm streaming from the home base of the Safari Lodge, and then the Jeep, when I go out, it has to somehow connect back to that connection. I don't know. I'm just spewing a bunch of bull. Recons back where you have a much higher output to multi-stream. BD says, yes, first time, it's fine, just lots of work, finishing up pre-lighting. Gotcha. Well, if your travels ever take you through Dubai, let me know. Cyrone says, you can't bond connections and stream to any... Oh, by the way, BD, I am trying to treat filmmaking more seriously in the sense that I'm slowly trying to figure out who do I pitch to if I want to pitch like film projects to get funding, right? So I'm starting to get into that level of research and seeing like how many film projects do I have, how do I pitch it properly, and all that fun stuff. So just know I'm trying to treat it seriously now. Cyrus, you can't bond connections and stream to any platform. They all require a single TCP type connection. BD says, lots of safety meetings drove our day to midnight last night. So I've gotten no sleep. Oh, dang. Well, thank you for being here. It's 11:15 p.m. over here. Cyronia says you could stream on a single connection, but reliability would be bad. So what do you mean by this single connection? Is this where you need that cell bonding? Okay, what did Claude say? TVU, broadcast. It's for broadcast professionals. Blah blah blah. Price is around $10,000 to $30,000. That's where you got that number. $10,000 to $30,000. That is way outside the ballpark. Automatically aggregates the best cellular networks in over 180 countries. Syncs up to 4 1080p or 4K HDR sources with 0.3 second latency. Supports up to 125 Mbps. Okay. Combines 12 connections, including Starlink, which is the one I'd be potentially looking at. H.265 encoding, delivers 4K 10-bit. Empowered by blah, 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 blah. Pros, best in class. So TVU is considered best in class for reliability and video quality, multi-camera synchronization, designed for challenging environments and moving vehicles. Thank you, thank you. Cons, extremely expensive, overkill for most individual creators. Yeah. Cyrene says, give me a few minutes, going to use the restroom, then we can jump on voice. Okay. If you can jump on a Google Meet, because I think Discord, I just need to turn on VPN. And I don't know if that's going to crash my stream quality. Live view. Target market, professional creators, houses of worship, event streamers. Okay. Starts as low as $1,000 for the encoder. Duo kit, which is $450 with 2 bonded modems, or Quattro kit with 4 bonded modems. Okay. International travelers plan is $520 per month for the 2 modem. Okay. Pretty expensive. But yeah, I could... Oh, wait, let me ask. Can I connect Starlink to LiveView or Bella Box? And can I use Starlink without these cell bonding kits? Like, can I connect Starlink directly to a Rodecaster video plus my mini PC to stream? BD says, I wouldn't recommend any live view stuff, only the 300s and above. You are much better off rolling your own with a Bella Box. Unless I get like a 300 is what you're saying? And is it because it makes that big of a difference in terms of like the cell connection and stuff? I'm assuming the latest stuff is like using 5G versus 4G or something. I don't know. Okay, so let me say, someone suggested I shouldn't use a live view unless it's the 300s and above for my needs. Cyronius says, I'll jump in voice here shortly with you. Can you tell me, Cyronius, are you able to do that through like a Google Meet? Because I know that doesn't cause issues for me. If you want to do it through Discord, I just need to turn on my VPN, which could be a good test. Maybe I should test it now, because that will, I think, cut my connection to certain... I have no idea to how much, because obviously the VPN ends up slowing things down. Here, I'll send you a Google Meet. Thank God for a Google Meet, because they don't seem to care. How do I do this? New meeting. Just give me a few. No worries, no worries. I'll just send you the link for now. How do I do this? I think Google Meet is so much better than Zoom. Zoom is like the absolute worst. I hate it so much because I open up Zoom and it always opens up like 16 different windows. None of it makes sense. Some of them are in full screen, and like when you try to get out of it, it's like such a mess. I hate it so much. But I don't hate it so much that it deserves so much vitriol in my voice. I didn't mean to sound so angry about it. Okay, hold on. Let's figure out how to add someone. Add people. Huh. Whenever you're back, Cyronius, if you can send me a link, if you can send me your email, because for some reason I have to it looks like right now, maybe it's because I'm streaming, I don't know. I don't see the option I normally see where I can just copy the link. Yo, what's up, Brandon? BC, what's up? Thanks for being here. We're doing a bit of troubleshooting, if you will. Not troubleshooting right now, but I'm trying to do research on being an IRL streamer. So hopefully it's of some kind of value or interest. Hopefully it's not too boring is what I'm trying to say here. In the meantime, because I'm an idiot living in Dubai, we don't get to use Discord to have people do viewer call-ins. Instead, I'm trying to figure out how to make a Google Meet call. Oh, I didn't know Google Meet allows you to do live streaming. Cyrenius is not back yet, but just sent you my email. Okay, yeah, for sure. Let me look for it now. Let me dox you, as they say. BC, hopefully you're doing well. Can I join your heist? Let's do it quickly if it's not too late. Heist. What is today? Today is day 113. This is my 113th day of streaming. We survived. Let me copy that over. Oh, the other annoying thing about Zoom is that when you can use it for free, but then they limit the calls to like whatever, 45 minutes or something annoying. Okay, so as we wait for Cyronius to hop in and help me out, thank you very much, BD, as well. You must be exhausted, but I appreciate you also providing a lot of good insights there. You said it's the difference between a toy and a reliable product. Fair enough. And I do not want to play with toys. We're grown-ups here, I swear. Right? Oh yeah, let me finish writing what I was saying to Cloud. Someone suggested I shouldn't use the live view unless it's a 300s and above for my needs. travel IRL streaming in a moving vehicle in remote locations. So what would you recommend if I plan to stream as a solo streamer to Twitch, maybe YouTube as well? I'll have a Rodecaster video and 3 cameras at least. Also, I need to blow my nose again. BC says went to a local wetlands to do photography. Yo, nice. Well, if you feel like sharing any of those photos, do send it over, Rover. Ikidis is in the chat. Ikidis says good evening. Hello, hello, Ikidis. Give me a second. I'm going to do the most flattering thing out there. I'm going to blow my nose. I'll make sure to mute the... Okay, we're back. Wow. I bet you guys wish you could hear how beautiful my nose blowing skills are. Hope it was good. Yes, it was amazing. I am like 95% back to health. I've been struggling. It's been a real struggle. Can you imagine how humiliating in this day and age, in the 21st century, as we reach the second quarter of 2000s, to be defeated by the common cold? But here we are. It literally has rendered me useless for about 6 days now. It's a shame. If we still lived in the olden days, I would have to seppuku. Is that the right word? I don't know. I'm not even Japanese. Yeah. Oh wait, let's hop back over here. But welcome both BC and Ikidis. Thanks for being here, guys. This is my second day in a row of streaming. We're getting back into the grind as I feel more healthy again. But yeah, so today was a fun stream because I've been mainly doing a bit of video editing. We've been getting back into proper video editing. What do I mean by that? We're getting into our travel vlogs. So I've been kind of breaking down episode 2 of Mongolia that I'm working on. And heck, you know what? Let's just play it out again because it's some fun stuff, right? Hold on. As we're waiting for Cyronius to hop on a call with me because he's going to do some troubleshooting for me. 1 second. Let me pause the music. All right, so this text is still filler with a placeholder. And so we went through the full thing today, and I think I'm going to make a few changes here. Ignore the fonts for now because it's placeholder. Anyways, so then we're going through this. It's been fun. I think I got to a decent amount, and I've made a few check marks in terms of like some concepts that will help this video be better, including I think I will add a bit of my voiceover in these like eagle intermission moments. M Young says, do edit. Hold on 1 second. Cyronius, I just heard your voice. 1 second, let me read this out. Do edit Jacques Shrimp Whiskers Antenna cleaning on Balto Wolf Dog and Jenna Husky and Alu Wolf Cody Husky. Jacques Shrimp is from Finding Nemo. Balto, Jenna, Alu, Cody are from Universal. Could you try editing them, please? I have no idea what you asked me to do. I thought maybe you were reading a bunch of code. You know, like people back in the crypto days, and they give you a wallet code, and it was like 16 secret code words you got to remember and keep it safe. I thought you just did that to me. Jacques, shrimps, whiskers, antenna, cleaning, Balto, woof, dog. Thank you, M Young, for messaging. I have no idea what you are asking for. Could you could you help me understand? And then how do I add? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Yo, Cyronius, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Tried to use my regular microphone. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. I heard you that time. Would this mean I can't play music?
Hello? There we go. Okay. You're good. Go ahead.
Yo, hold on. Let me just turn this down slightly. Okay, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, well, I mean, thanks, man, for hopping on. I imagine, listen, I know I'm asking so many random questions, and treat me like a ignorant child that I am. But yeah, so I think I caught the general gist of what you're saying, and then also BD in the chat, he said we had a lot of ST2110 network trouble the first day we fired up our pipeline, but it got sorted. Oh, sorry, it's not about the Bella box thing. Thankfully,
Yeah,
I gained a lot of... Okay.
Down some of these things and what the devices do and why they're important, why they do what they do, right?
Yeah.
So the live view and the TVU, these type of products, they do multiple things all in one package. They handle the same with the OBSPOT talent, right? They can do some of these things where they take in video, they take in audio sources, they allow you to mix and split and do all different types of layout changes and things within themselves. But they can also take in multiple connections and can stream out in a bonded video format. The bonded video format from any of these devices, they go through a cloud service or some type of relay that takes that ingest and then sends it out as a single type of ingest video type. And then depending on these services, some of them have their own services to connect to Twitch or to redirect that video input that they get to another location. Most IRL streamers that I see on Twitch, they don't use TVU or LiveView. Some of them do, but what they ultimately do is they have a computer or a cloud computer that's at the top, that's going to be taking in that video feed from your remote source and then sending that off to Twitch.
Okay, so then you're saying they don't normally use like the TVU and the live view. Is that just because of the cost of it, or is it because there's like alternatives that do a really good job?
There's the cost of it. There's also the subscription cost of having to maintain, for support and other services and things, all the different bonded connections that you need. Some of those services, they provide them at a cost. And then on top of that, it's more complex to set it all up rather than customize it to your liking with something off the shelf that's budget, that's much smaller, battery powered, etc., that you can just easily use for a single video feed, which are most people's needs, right?
What do you mean by single video feed? Are you talking about what do you mean by that?
So like the Bella box in this case uses only one video input. You can have one video stream source from HDMI or some other type of streaming into the Bella box, and then the Bella box sends it out as a multi connection video format to a cloud relay or to a different type of relay. But ultimately what that does is it just gives you redundancy when you send out that video protocol. You don't lose information, but they don't need to be overly complex to have like video ingest from 4 different inputs and all these other bits and bobs.
Okay. Wait, you said bits and bobs. Are you like British or like?
No.
Okay. I don't want you to all of a sudden say in it randomly. Okay, so basically for my needs, if I said I've got three cameras, 2, let's call them like 2 fixed cameras, right? And then it'll be wired HDMI into a Rodecaster. Then I've got one that will be the wireless HDMI into the third HDMI input. And then we've got wireless microphones, and we've got the mini PC all hooking into the Rodecaster. And then, assuming I have a Starlink, assuming I have either the BellaBox, TVU, LiveView, whatever, that would all basically also connect into the Rodecaster. And my one thing I didn't know is I don't know if Starlink directly can connect into a Rodecaster, or if it has to connect into something like a BellaBox or like a TV or something. But
So the big disconnect you're having here is you're just assuming that the bell box magically can send it off to Twitch, and that's not what it is.
Okay.
Nothing. Same thing with the live view. Same thing with the Ozbot talent. Same thing with the TVU. They cannot send directly to Twitch. Nothing you could do remotely can send to Twitch unless you're using like a single connection that's going straight to Twitch. Twitch does not have any bonded connection type ingest. So you have to send it through their strict protocol through OBS, or you can send it through RTMP to like YouTube, things like that, where they have these different types of.
Sorry, yeah, that's the thing I didn't say, but yeah, my assumption is I would be using OBS. So the that's why I need the mini PC. So the mini PC would be powering OBS, and that is what starts the stream. So then the OBS needs to be on the network, and then it would be consuming, I don't know what the right terminology is, but basically the Rodecaster and all the video feeds, everything, the audio all connects into that OBS. Yeah, it would all be on OBS, and then I hit the stream button.
Yeah, so the OBS in this case here, you would not be able to do what you'd like to do with what you're trying to do. So to stream from your setup remotely, you don't want to use a mini PC unless you're going to be ingesting that output somewhere else. So in this case, the BellaBox is the output from your setup. The BellaBox connects all the different connections, and all you're setting to the BellaBox is your output from OBS on the mini PC. And then you need something else somewhere else that has a reliable connection that can handle SRT to take that and send it off in a different protocol to Twitch or to multi-stream or whatever. So what you would do, most streamers have their computer running at home, and if they're running OBS on there, and they remotely connect to that computer to say, click the start stream button or change to multi-streaming connections, so they can click a button, say send off to YouTube, etc. Right? So they set up a open source tool to connect to their computer at home to then send out their stream.
But then now, if I'm in a completely different country, how does that complicate things, or do I need to have a good internet connection on the? So let's say the home connection should be fine. Let's imagine I always have stable, strong connection at home. Now, if I'm traveling, my travel kit and whatever connection I have there has to also be super strong, or can it be weaker?
The idea behind SRTLA, that protocol that BellaBox uses, and some of things like OpSpot Talent uses, is it will send what's called link aggregated packets. So all of these single individual sources of connectivity can be used to send these packets, and then they go through a relay where they're all put back together into a single video to then be sent out. And that's the main piece, right? So you don't have to have a crazy strong signal, so long as you have something that can dynamically adjust the bit rate of the video being sent, which is what BellaBox does. And so the BellaBox, you can connect that to different internet connections, like you can hotspot to it, or you can put a modem or other pieces to it, so it can connect all these different connections together and create that protocol to send out. Same thing with the OpSpot Talent. Same thing with the TVU, they use their own protocol. Same thing with the LiveView. They all do this thing where they send out their signal in a different format that's all link aggregated.
But then, so imagine. So to me right now, BellaBox, TVU, LiveView, they're all kind of interchangeable in the sense that, for my needs, I assume they all kind of do the same function or the same. Yeah, they're all part of the same kind of. I just need one of these solutions, basically, in my equation, and it should power what you're saying. So then. You're saying basically I do require this thing that does, it wasn't, in my simple head, I thought it was like, oh, I just need something that will get me connected to the internet. But what you're saying is not as simple as that. I need internet source, but I also need this additional thing where it sends it into the ether in the correct format.
So your
Um,
assumption was incorrect on how live streaming from IRL works. You
yeah,
were thinking that you just take your whole streaming setup and you have a connection and you send it out to Twitch, right?
yeah,
That's not how typically it works.
mm,
Because connection can be so limited out in the wild, and your signal can degrade to a point where you're less than 1,000 kilobits per second. You're going to disconnect all the time, and Twitch will
yeah,
just say, "Oh, he disconnected," and ends your stream, right?
yeah,
So you want to have a source that's constantly connected, that has reliable connection, aka a cloud server or your desktop at home, that can just constantly send out some type of video feed to Twitch, and then it will slowly sip in whatever ingest that you send out from your remote setup. So OBS mini PC not really needed. Roadcaster is a good idea, so you can split up your signals and switch between scenes and stuff.
yeah.
And that's kind of what the Ozbot Talent does, kind of what the LiveView stuff does. They all have these different video inputs they can take and create scenes and stuff. So they're kind of like an all-in-one solution to what you're trying to create. But rather than needing to have a Roadcaster, needing to have a mini PC, they kind of just do that for you. That's what they're designed to do. Kind of reduce the amount of devices you need, put it all into one package. And in the case of the Ozbot Talent, it would replace the mini PC doing OBS type, scene switching. It would do the Roadcaster multi-video inputs. It would do the BellaBox bonded connections and send that all out as SRTLA for you.
Okay, so that you're making it sound too good to be true, I guess. Or because now I was all in on getting this Rodecaster video, right? Like I'm moments away from like actually getting it purchased and all that. Because I thought I could use it in my home setup as well. But you're saying this Ozbot Talent basically is a Rodecaster plus the BellaBox plus all these other things, OBS, all built into one. But then like there must be a trade-off, right? Because how could it be so much cheaper or whatever?
So the Ozbot Talent is a fairly expensive device for what it is.
Oh, is it?
It
Oh.
is something like $1,100.
I mean, even that feels a bit cheap compared to like if I had, like you said, the TVU or the BellaBox or whatever. Plus, like a Rodecaster already costs a decent amount, right?
Yeah. So this device is just like Rode, where it has certain smart devices, like it can connect. Like yours has the ability to probably connect wirelessly to Rode microphones. I don't really know, but in the same sense, Ozbot can connect to their network cameras. So you can have these little pan tilt zoom cameras that you'd have on
Oh,
the
right.
outside of the vehicle, for example. You could just put them up there on like a quarter 20 thread and just mount them however you want, and you can move them around from the inside of the cabin, zoom in with them, all these other things, right? So
No,
it's
yeah,
designed in that respect.
I see. I see.
These little cameras are just designed to do that on the network. But you can still do on this guy at least 2 HDMI inputs. But if you're going to use a Rodecaster, for example, you can just do a single HDMI output from the Rodecaster, and that would be your source
Yeah.
of truth, so to speak, right? Well, this is the same case for the BellaBox. They could just run off an Orange Pi 5. It would just have a single HDMI input, and then all the video goes sent to your computer at home. So all these different devices, they kind of essentially will do that same type of, you can do it all in one package or split it into multiple devices with the BellaBox, right?
Okay, so let's say the OBS bot looks interesting, but for now, I'm assuming it might not. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. But you're saying it's limited to 2 HDMI inputs anyways, so that's maybe where the limitation is for me. And then also I am planning to use my like Nikon cameras as opposed to like their proprietary ones. So, but point taken, let's say if I don't use the OBS bot, but you're saying the BellaBox, this is a preferred option over the TVU and the LiveView because of the costing, but also it provides some of the same services, and the quality is still decent, or no?
Yeah, so the BellaBox, I've streamed from it with 4K 30 FPS, and that would stream at like 8 kilobits per second, no issues there. And like most of these other devices do that same type of thing where they just take in that signal, send it out through the same protocol even, so it was SRTLA in this case from the Ozbot Talent, and then you just depending on what you need, what you want to do with your device, the OpSpot talent gives you the ability to create scenes and switch between devices and all these other things that you could just do on the Rodecaster, right? But the BellaBox has none of those bells and whistles. It's just HDMI in or some video input. It doesn't have any fancy bells and whistles before that. It's just a very simple device designed to link aggregate your connections and send out that signal.
Okay, but so like, because what I was thinking is, so everything in my mind was like, I have this mini PC that's running OBS, and then if we have a BellaBox, then you're saying the BellaBox has to connect to the OBS either directly or via the Rodecaster. I have no idea. But then when I stream on OBS, it is then piggybacking off of the BellaBox connection to then go be on the right protocol to stream. And then the BellaBox also, does it have the cell bonding services as well? Or like it does the same kind of cell bonding thing as like a TVU live view?
So the way that BellaBox can handle multiple connections depends on what kind of hardware you supply to it, right? So by default, the only interfaces that it has are 2 network inputs and then USB ports. So depending on what type of hotspots you're buying or using, you would get, say, like a modem that you can connect by a wireless signal. You can put a wireless dongle onto your BellaBox, or you can directly connect it by a USB cable, and then that's directly hardline connected. It just depends on what your services you're going to be buying while you go remotely. So if you have like some service plan already that you use when you go remotely, I would have more information for you.
Oh, well, so that's the other problem I would run into is like, so the places that I'm planning to do this, it'd be like across different countries, but a lot of times in national parks or in locations where there might literally be zero coverage, right? So there's like some locations where I should be able to just go off of cell towers if I go to certain like private game reserves or somewhere else. But then otherwise, if I'm going into like deep into a national park, that's where I need to rely on a Starlink connection. But then, so that's where I was like, okay, if I go somewhere where I need a Starlink, my thought process was like, oh, that's it. I just need a Starlink. I don't need a TVU, live view, BellaBox or anything. I should be able to stream. So for that thought process, you're telling me I'm incorrect for the reasons you gave already of like, I need to have this certain protocol to be able to stream it onto Twitch or whatever else. So either way, I need something in the middle of like in between a Starlink and my OBS mini PC Rodecaster thing. And then in a case where there is cell coverage, that's where I was like, oh, I just need whatever service that will allow me to just take from all the nearby cell whatever coverages that are out there and then like stitch it together into a usable connection.
So I think that we're still having a little bit of a disconnect. So what we're trying to say here is that like the BellaBox, all it can do is take in video feed and send it out through a split protocol, a link aggregated protocol, right? So the BellaBox doesn't magically connect all these connections to a single internet connection. That's not what it does. There are ways to do that with smarter router technology, but that's still going to give you an unreliable connection to Twitch because Twitch needs to have bi-directional communication. And so when you don't have bi-directional communication, like you drop your signal for 2 seconds or whatever period of time, Twitch will kick you off and say your stream stopped. And so you'll have to start up your stream again, etc., right? Which is not what you want when you're out in the wild.
Yeah.
So what you use are these link aggregated signals to get more reliable connectivity. And then your computer at home is just constantly sending out some type of video feed. A lot of these people use something called no-albs, which essentially will switch your scene for you automatically when you lose connectivity so that it can switch over to like a BRB screen or, disconnected scene where it's, doing a loop of video.
Right.
So,
but then, okay, so, well, sorry, taking a quick minor setback, I guess, but you mentioned like, okay, because I ran into this when I was first streaming, where if the connection was unstable for even like a second, it would disconnect the Twitch and I'd have to start up a new stream. But then I thought I also turned on some feature where you have like a 90-second buffer or something like that. I don't know how long, but there's like a buffer period where it will wait for you to reconnect. And and then if you reconnect, then it just continues the stream.
Yeah,
So is that
some services like Restream or some they're like taking an ingest of your video, but then they're
No,
giving you a
I thought
space
this was
to-
like native inside of Twitch.
Twitch might have some of this stuff, but it ends up making the delay on your stream quite severe. So like you might be
I think I fixed that too, though, because I ran into this problem. Basically, yeah, because at some point, end of last year, people would be like, "Yo, your Twitch stream is like way lagging behind," but I think there was a button that you had to unclick or like something that would basically say that if the connection comes back on, it would just jump the viewers to whatever the most recent moment was or whatever the real time moment is. So
I think I've seen some of that stuff, but it's still fairly inconsistent.
okay.
And by doing it by having a remote machine that's just sending out straight, it's going to be far more reliable, and you don't have these problems. There are cloud services that can be like essentially OBS in the cloud, right, where it just takes in your video feed and does all the things for you, and you don't have to have a remote computer. It can just be something you pay for as a subscription. But yeah, it's just going to be one of those things where you need to have some way to send out a bonded video signal that can then be taken in remotely where there's more stable connection to do a restream, to do a multicast, whatever.
But okay, so let's say, so is there, because I guess my concern with that, one second. M Young said, "Is my request out yet? Can you clarify what your request is?" Okay, so Cyrenius, you were saying, like, if I use my home PC, so if I have my Mac Studio at home and I just have it running and I have OBS on it, you're saying I would need to remotely access my Mac Studio and then like hit start streaming or something?
Yeah, so if there are some tools you can install that will allow you to control OBS remotely.
Mhm.
I use StreamerBot, which is a
Oh, yeah.
Windows-based app, but there's something similar for Mac. I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
Just like Mix It Up or something different. Firebot, yeah, firebot.app. So if you want to look at firebot.app,
Oh, I did try to download Firebot, that app, before, and it kept crashing or like it wouldn't open up. But I get your point. You're saying there's something that will allow you to remotely access OBS.
so yeah, these tools here can be accessed via the web. You can even connect directly to OBS. You just have to forward your ports so you can get to your OBS directly, and you can switch scenes and stuff through their protocol.
Okay, so then, because yeah, I guess that was my main concern, is like that means I have to always have the Mac Studio up and running if I'm not at home, and if it for some reason there's something that happens, I need someone to basically go over to my home and like fix everything, right? So then is there a compromise solution where if I have a Mac Studio or even that mini PC, right? So let's say because I already bought it thinking I would use it for this, if I have my mini PC, and then if I'm staying at a Safari Lodge and, like I said, imagine I still end up getting a Starlink and it's like a private connection, and I set up the Starlink so that it has like stable Wi-Fi, whatever, going directly into the mini PC. And then I start the stream from that mini PC, or I can remote control it or just set it up from there. So that way if something crashes, I'm there to like fix it once I get back from a Safari. Could I then run the stream from there? And then what then would be the solution what's the hardwares that I'm bringing with me on the Jeep? And you're saying that it can still communicate with each other or something?
So you're getting to some more complex territory for how you could make this solution happen. You'd have to have your own VPN tunnel, which introduces some level of encryption, which would compress your signal, but ultimately require more bandwidth, which is something that streaming IRL could be more complicated for doing that. And that's not something that SRTLA would really be practical for. It would kind of lose its point. So yes, you could have your computer running remotely at home, and there are ways you can just have it like on a smart power outlet where you can power cycle it or whatever, and then reconnect to it or something.
Okay,
but-
so then the initial thought process that I had, just because unfortunately I'm an idiot, right, on most things. So let's say like if I just go with the original approach, forget the Bella box. Let's say if I just went, I went balls to the wall and I got that TVU for $30,000, right? Just if I have this and everything's brought with me on the Jeep, you're saying technically that should be fine, right? So if I have a TVU, Starlink, Roadcaster, mini PC, and my cameras and everything else, that is all the tech required to hit start streaming from the mini PC OBS, and boom, it's sending the connection properly.
So what the TVU is going to ultimately do is it's going to require that you have some kind of cloud setup from TVU's solution, and you're going to have to pay for that. And yes, it could do all the things. I don't know if they provide internet connectivity. I assume they do, but there's so much more you can get in terms of customer service from doing your own service with BellaBox, right? Because they have a 24/7 support team that you can call and find out more information about. That's what you're paying for essentially, is you're getting it support for your problems, assuming that you're an off-the-shelf idiot that has no idea what they're buying, right? So it also allows people to kind of remotely manage your stream if they wanted to through this device. They can set up the scenes and do changes and stuff remotely. But that's where you're either paying a premium for that or something. I don't really know. I don't have any other structures and payment style, whatever. The idea behind BellaBox being what it is it's so simple to set up, get a video input, and then send it to your computer at home and just do it that way and not have to worry about all this extra, headache of setting up a whole new device and all these other things, right?
No,
and
listen,
I can walk you more through that process if you're curious, but
listen, I'm down for this BellaBox thing, especially if you're saying it saves me money and all that. My only concern was like, it sounds like the BellaBox works if I have some kind of remote PC setup, and so then I'm still kind of stuck with saying, unless I misheard you, it would be like, okay, on the Jeep I've got this BellaBox connected to a Raspberry Pi, which is like, is that the same thing as like having a mini PC but just in a smaller compact form?
The Orange Pi 5 Plus, that one has an HDMI input, and then that just allows you to connect different connections to it to then link, aggregate, send SRTLA to a remote device. That's all it's designed to do.
Does my mini PC allow for that as well?
Your mini PC doesn't really have a way to send SRTLA because it's a protocol that's designed to connect different connections and then meet those in the middle to send somewhere else. I don't know if there's a way to do that through OBS. I don't think there is. They can do SRT, but that's not the same.
So basically what you're saying is I would need a BellaBox connected to Orange Pi 5 Plus.
I'll kind of lay out what you would need with your current setup that you already have.
Yeah.
The mini PC is just kind of bonus. If you want to have that for your setup, you can definitely use that. The mini PC could just handle your Roadcaster scenes and all that stuff that you want to do there.
Yeah.
And if you want to have all the pages and tabs and stuff that you have for your different scenes that you have at your PC at home, you could reset and do all that stuff there, and then just have a really, really simple OBS relay or whatever at home that would just take that signal from your mini PC and the BellaBox, and then just kind of not require you to have as much interaction with your computer at home. It would just kind of be always on kind of thing. Wait,
I missed that last part. What would always be on?
Like if you had your computer on at home to take the signal from the BellaBox, you don't have to like have it change scenes and make sure chat's working and all these little bits and bobs. Having a mini PC that's remote, that's supposed to somehow connect to Twitch and see all the different actions and activity, it's going to be unreliable compared to the computer that would be just on at home.
Okay. So then, and BD says Orange Pi is part of the BellaBox system. What you see there is BellaBox. Oh, okay, so because I was on the BellaBox website. So all of this is,
BellaBox is more like a software operating system that can be run on different devices.
Oh, okay. Oh, so if you purchase a quote-unquote BellaBox, you're buying this Orange Pi 5 thing.
Yes, if you go, there's like BellaBox for like rock boards. I don't know what it says on your screen there. I can't see it. But let me go to BellaBox.net.
Is Bella Box like the Wikipedia of this space, where it's like just give us donations to keep us alive?
So BellaBox is an open is a piece of software written by that guy that made the video there on the main page.
Okay.
He kind of created the software that's running basically a stripped down version of Ubuntu that is handling an SRT relay, some web page link aggregation stuff, and a bunch of different methods of connectivity to get to the device through a cloud remote and all kinds of little nicks and knacks that are part of the operating system. But it's just meant to be a really super stable, always type of working device that will just be really robust, right? If you disconnect power for 2 seconds, you can reconnect it, it'll boot back up and be ready to go. I don't know what the boot time is for like some of these more fancy solutions. I'm sure they're not very quickly, but this thing is just meant to be fairly foolproof, budget cost friendly, really robust in terms of like multiple connection types and supported devices, just really flexible in that sense too. But you can also select whatever device you need, right? You can get something that's a little less power hungry, but needs a wireless ingest from like your cell phone, for example. You could send through RTMP or some other method to wirelessly send video where you don't have to have a cable connected or whatever.
L says, "Hey man, who just proudly extorted a drunk friend?" Oh, I thought maybe L was talking about you for a second. I have no idea, L, what you said. Are you the drunk person? Cyrone, so then... Okay, so I'm in a Jeep. I've got my camera set up. I've got this Rodecaster. I've got the mini PC. On the mini PC... Okay, hold on. Because you're saying I don't need the mini PC. I would need the computer...
Yeah, let me look at the Rodecaster video real quick, because I'm curious what it can do. So you haven't bought it yet, right? You don't have it personally?
No, but I'm about to buy it.
So the Rodecaster has 4 HDMI in, 2 different HDMI out. It has 2 different headphone outputs. You can also do left and right to a speaker. You can have XLR in. You've got USB Type-C in the back for input for webcam or microphone. And then you could power delivery this whole thing with Type-C as well. That's really handy. You can also connect it directly to a computer. And that's where I think you're going to get a lot more flexibility in terms of different setup and stuff, right? If you're just wanting to switch between video feeds, the Rodecaster is perfect for that. You can just hit a button and switch between one view and another. I assume that's what you want to do.
Yeah, basically I was going to set up, it's pretty bare bones what I was thinking in terms of camera setup. It'll just be like, at one point I have one scene, which is, let's say, the front facing camera. And then I'd have another scene, which is the interior facing camera. So you get a selfie shot of me. And then there might be scenes where I mix 2, like a picture in picture type thing, or having them side by side. But generally speaking, it might just be a full screen view. And then I would use OBS to just like overlay the chats, or make sure there's like alerts or whatever else, like visual stuff around the edges, that kind of stuff.
So let me help you reimagine what this would look like in terms of on the OBS side of things on your computer right now that you're on. So you have your screen here in the center of your view, right? You have your main PC window, right? Imagine that is your scene there. You've got
hold on. Just to make it simpler, let's say if I just use this view, right? So like I'm in a... Oh, wait, hold on. Should I use one of my cats? Here. Cat view, okay? So let's say this cat view right now, when it pops up, this is like the... let's say this is my camera view. Okay, I'm making things complicated. But imagine... Okay, I'll just go back to me. Fine. This is me in the interior camera view. So let's say I have one camera hooked up to the Jeep, and it's giving this kind of wide angle interior shot. So then we're on the Jeep and we're running, and you're hearing me, I'm mic'd up and everything. But basically you just see me with my camera, and we're all like getting ready to look for stuff. You see maybe the driver. Imagine Nala is the driver and the guide on the Jeep, and we're just, chit-chatting. And then I'm asking the driver some questions. Both of us are mic'd up. You hear it, everything perfectly. Yeah, and so then there would be some kind of chat overlay I would consider somewhere that's not in the way. But in this interior view, I don't mind as much letting a lot of things be overlaid, because it's not, you're not hiding much. And then there might be things on the top and the bottom. Yeah, similar to what I have now, just not as crazy. And then,
Right. So
yeah.
let me kind of break it down how it would look on the OBS side of things. So rather than having multi-cameras and multi-sources on your single
Yeah.
screen here where you can move it around and place it, you would have just a single space in the center for your video feed.
Right,
and
right.
The audio would come with that video. And so when you're switching scenes and stuff, that video source is all that changes, is just that layout, however you set it up on your remote PC.
Yeah.
And so the other bits and bobs, the text running across the top, the sub goals, etc., that's all just already set up on that scene on the remote computer. And all you need to send out from the bellow box is just that video chunk in the center.
Right.
Does that make
So
sense?
yeah, so let's imagine, like, ignore my two little cameras on the bottom here, or actually just for these purposes I could hide. It doesn't matter. So yeah, imagine I have this like the top bar and the bottom bar are no cameras, just overlay stuff, and in the middle here where you see me is like the camera feed coming from the Rodecaster. And so within Rodecaster, I just use whatever they allow in customization. So if it's like a split into two cameras or a picture-in-picture or whatever, it's just one video feed that's being read into the OBS or whatever. So what you're saying is that if I set up my Mac Studio at home to run OBS and do this like remotely, anytime I switch to a different camera view, or the only thing that changes is whatever's in the middle here, and everything on the top and bottom and the alerts are just kind of fixed in place.
Right.
So would that be, so that's like a single scene? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so you can have a single scene where you have all your stuff set up, and your webcam or your whatever camera will be in the center. That's just what's coming out of the Rodecaster.
Okay. Hold on. Someone keeps asking me to... M. Young, I don't know how I can help you. I cannot help you, sorry. I don't know what you're asking for. Someone in the YouTube side keeps asking me to edit Jocks cleaning Balto Wolf Dog in Jenna Husky and Alu Wolf Cody Husky. What the heck does that mean? Okay, so then the Rodecaster... So if I'm remote... And sorry, man, I'm so dense. I am so dense. I'll be the first one to admit it. But basically, while I'm streaming from the Jeep, you're saying, does that mean I don't need the mini PC at all?
The mini PC is doing nothing for you if you're just going to be sending out a video feed anyway through a Bella box, right? The OBS, if anything, is going to have trouble making all these overlays work and function if there's connection drop. Suddenly the chat doesn't update and that kind of thing on the stream. So like you're going to have connection issues with that machine, especially if it's only be on a single connection. And if that connection drops, then you're offline entirely on that device in terms of getting updates from, say, Spotify or to the chat in general. So the idea of doing IRL is to simplify as much as possible and just get out a video feed and audio feed that's clean, right? And so by just using the Rodecaster, I don't know if you could program all those letters to be a scene or a layout change that you're going to use for one HDMI setup or another. The mini PC might be what you use to set that up and just make sure that it's functional. I don't know how that works. I've never used the Rodecaster video. I assume you could set it up and then just step away, and then once it's set up, you could just take that Rodecaster
The Rodecaster is supposed to be basically just like the ATEM, ATEM minis, basically.
I have an ATEM mini, but I can do picture-in-picture, but in order to like customize where that picture-in-picture goes, you have to have the software and all these other pieces to like connect to it and do the
I'm pretty sure I've only briefly watched some videos, but I think the Rodecaster is all like baked in. Like it's got some really cool features and it does it all internally. Like I don't need to have some extra stuff. But I get where your point is. Like the mini PC could be useful if it requires that additional software that's outside of the box of the Rodecaster. But you're saying basically a mini PC is unnecessary if I go with this remote PC solution. And the reasoning...
You're going to have to do that regardless. You're going to have some remote PC to handle your video cleanly. Even if you were to set up at a campsite where you've got like a single connection through Starlink, it's still going to be spotty regardless. There's still going to be some level of lag or latency that's going to drop at some point.
And I think if I'm understanding you finally... And tell me if I still don't understand what you're saying. If I'm understanding you, you're saying basically you need a little bit of like degrees of separation, or you need like some kind of fail-safe where if I have the PC plus the, if I have everything off of one network connection that's on this moving Jeep and whatever, then if the connection drops at all, everything kind of is at a standstill. Whereas if I have two separate networks, one that's just powering from the Jeep, but then I have like the actual network that's sending out the stream, let's say remotely, that way that's a more reliable connection. So it shouldn't ever have like a drop in the same way that the remote connection that I have on a Jeep or in a remote location, that will have some kind of poorer service. So that way, when the connection drops in IRL, the home connection, because it's stable, hopefully, everything else will just continue normally, and then wait for the IRL to pick back up, and then it just kind of continues.
Exactly.
And then when it picks up, let's say I lose connection for 5 seconds from the IRL stream or from the Jeep. Would it then delay by 5 seconds, or it's going to show like hey, it's been disconnected, and then it comes back after 5 seconds?
So there's like a 2-second window between when you're, depends on what you set up. You can set this up to be longer or shorter, just depends on what your connectivity is like, and if you want to make it shorter, you can. But ultimately, the reliability factor comes in that 2-second window. The 2-second window allows your latency to kind of collect all the packets needed to send that information out, so that on the receiving end, the relay has all that information, spits it out to your computer. So there's that little 2-second delay that it's making sure it's getting all the bits that it needs.
Okay.
And yes, it's going to be slightly delayed, but it's still going to be real time. When you reconnect, it's not going to suddenly send all that video that was lost. It's just going to be lost forever. So it's going to reconnect as soon as it can and try to send out immediately what it can. So
okay, so I think that's not a bad solution. And then, I mean, I think the Rodecaster also has like the ISO built in. So the goal would be I would also record these individually.
You could do
as a backup.
Yeah. That's a good way to do it. So if you want to, no matter what, have the video feed later on.
Yeah, I figure, let's say, imagine the internet was so bad that the stream just never worked. I guess I could still play it as like a rebroadcast or something later. Okay. But then, so then back to, I guess, is there a middle ground solution where if I have the mini PC, what's up?
Sorry, I coughed. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. If I have the mini PC or whatever PC, it's just that I'm using a network connection at the home. When I say, instead of imagine home, like where I'm sitting, where I am right now, if instead I was at the Safari Lodge, and let's say the lodge has like a decent Wi-Fi connection, or I literally get a Starlink and just have it hooked up to where I am. And so that becomes the steady connection while I'm streaming. Is that no different? So it doesn't matter if I'm doing it from home through my Mac Studio and having OBS there versus doing it from the Safari Lodge on a separate network connection and doing it from there?
So there's a free solution, and then there's the cost solution, which is not that much. It's only like $10 a month. What people tend to do is they get, I personally have this as well. It's a cloud Box relay. And what this does is it allows you to send out that video feed to their server, and the server then gives you a link that you can put into your OBS as a browser source or as a video feed. And so if you were to be on Safari but have a stable connection with the mini PC, you could make that your home base. So long as it has like a wired connection or some kind of stable connection, it could be what ingests. You just wouldn't be able to use a free solution. You'd have to use some kind of a cloud relay that gives you a direct link that's available through their service. The reason being that if you were to use a free solution, you'd have to have port forwarding and blah, blah, blah. And you have to have what I was talking about, like a VPN, service where you could like directly get to your feed directly through your platform. But you could do it with a cloud relay for $10 a month, essentially.
Okay, so you lost me a little bit there. Because like you're saying the free solution, so let's say if I use my Mac Studio from home and I'm using this free solution from Box, then you're saying that somehow that's fine because I can use VPN from my Mac Studio, but if I use a mini PC from the Safari home, even if it's got a completely different Wi-Fi connection like the Starlink Wi-Fi, you're saying that's somehow treated differently because the mini PC can't handle some of the free related service?
The free solution requires that you have access to the network interface and you have an IP address that you control. But the free solution is not through BellaBox. It's actually making your own SRTLA relay that's local on the machine. The relay that the BellaBox cloud service provides is on their servers, and depending on where you're located in the world, might actually give you better service, better connectivity. Let me look at their cloud relay services real quick.
And then everything you're saying that the TVU can do it as well, and the live view can do it as well.
I assume they do. I don't understand all of their features.
Mhm.
I assume they have multiple relay service providers that are in different countries and stuff like that. But let me see. So the servers that BellaBox provides, they have one in European Union, one in Japan, one in Singapore, one in United Kingdom.
Oh, I think I saw that on their
US,
website.
East, South, West.
They have like a South Africa one, right?
Brazil, Chile, India, and then South Africa. Yeah.
Yeah.
So these different locations are where they could have a relay that you could connect to, and you just pay $10 a month to send your SRTLA signal to it, and then you get a specific URL that you put on your OBS to ingest that video feed when you do send to it. The free solution is essentially you make your own relay that you connect to with your own IP address, and then that's just local on the machine.
And do most people do that?
I would say most people don't do that. They just get the cloud relay and they just go that route.
Okay.
They just, it's more reliable and all that other stuff because it's,
okay.
a service
So let's go with that paid version, right? So imagine if I go with their cloud relay. So then what's the difference between me running the remote OBS from, let's say, home through my Mac Studio here in Dubai versus running it through either like a mini PC or even by the way, with the mini PC, then I should be able to use StreamerBot because it'll be the Windows. But let's say if I use a mini PC or I use my MacBook Pro that I can take with me, what's the difference between the home solution with the cloud relay versus the remote home solution using like a Starlink Wi-Fi connection from the home base of the Safari Lodge? And then while I'm remote on a Jeep, I would have the BellaBox with me on the Jeep, but then it's basically connecting my mini PC or whatever would then be actually having OBS on it and then broadcasting. And then from the Jeep, I would just do like some kind of remote access to be able to like control different things.
Yeah. So with StreamerBot, you can create a deck, like a web deck to control your stream through OBS and stuff on there. The major difference there's not really a whole lot other than the fact that your home PC might be hardwired with like a fiber connection or whatever you got at home. And if you're running off of your mini PC, you may only have that Starlink or the Wi-Fi that's available at the lodge, but that may be maybe more unreliable or not enough bandwidth for you to multi-stream like you're wanting to do.
Oh, and then one of the other issues is that with Starlink, you obviously have to pay more money if you want like let's say if you get a Starlink unit and then they have like these monthly plans if you want like 50 GBs or 100 gigabytes of stream whatever like connection. So I imagine every time I'm running a stream, it's just draining from that.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're multi-streaming from a Starlink connection, that's going to kill your bandwidth really quickly.
Right.
And if you were doing it straight from your BellaBox, that's only like a fraction of your output, depending on how many devices you have, right? If you have like more than one modem or you're hotspotting from your cell phone or whatever, these different devices all conglomerate into a single stream, and so they only use pieces, right? Let me see if I can bring up a clip for you to watch real quick from my own channel. 1 second.
And obviously goes without saying, but thank you very much for all your information, man. I'm just like,
There's a lot to it if you don't understand the base idea behind it, right? And that's fair. I wouldn't expect everyone to know that.
And the problem is I am literally, I have this tendency where I tend to jump into the deep end for a lot of things. Like my first tattoo was literally like a huge back piece, covered the entire upper back. And when I first started streaming, I decided I'm going to jump all the way and do like multi-streaming, Twitch kick, everything, right? And I think it's no different here. My first time my attempt to get into IRL streaming, I'm trying to do like the most I'm trying to do the craziest thing here of like making challenge accepted to the max of like, oh, we're gonna do the stream, but we're gonna do it from a moving vehicle in the middle of nowhere, in a dusty environment
Yeah, it's
with
definitely
like,
going on the
yeah,
deep end for sure to like try to keep connectivity, especially when you're in parts of the world where there's like nothing, for
yeah.
sure.
But yeah, yeah.
So I was trying to get to a screenshot here where I can give you where essentially I have like 4 connections running on the Bella box, but the way that I had it set up during my last convention stream that I was at, I had 2 cell phones, I had my modem from AT&T, and then I had another Wi-Fi dongle that was connected to the venue's Wi-Fi. So
But
there was 4 connections.
when you say modem, but is that necessary then? If I get a Bella box, I have to like, what do you mean? Like,
The Bella box itself has no connectivity to
yeah.
any network by default. You have to supply it with a means to connect to the internet, right?
So that's where you lose me again, because then my assumption was the TVU live view is like, oh, that it does it all. It's got these like cell bonding, blah blah blah, mumbo jumbo, where it like connects to a bunch of different SIMs or something. But you're saying if I get the Bella box, would I need to like purchase a bunch of SIM cards, or like how does it know? Let's say if I'm in Kenya, I have no idea what the different cell services are. You're saying I would need to like buy SIM cards directly? Or I have no idea. I'm talking out of my ass here.
Well, let me ask you this: when you go traveling, do you have some kind of service for your cell phone?
Yeah, or like I've been using Airalo, or at the airport I buy like a prepaid SIM.
Okay. Well, that could be convenient for just straight up cell phone usage. When you're wanting to travel abroad and do IRL streaming, you do need to have some services that are more capable for that.
Yeah.
When it comes to me, when I'm doing my IRL streaming, it's strictly limited to the US. So I
Right.
do have other services that I'm paying for just to get that. So for my cell phones, I have Google Fi, and these are using their
Yeah.
unlimited premium or whatever. So I actually get like 50 gigs worth of tethered data from both of these devices combined. So those two devices combined will get me 50 gigabytes per month. And then I have a modem, and this modem is strictly just for connectivity, but it's a Wi-Fi router plus, connected to AT&T's first responders network, the FirstNet. And that one I pay like $40 a month to get truly unlimited data. And so that modem was kind of what the backbone was for my IRL stream in general. But this is just another service that I'm paying for, right?
Yeah.
Google Fi has their own like travel abroad type service, so I don't know if that's something you want to pay for. Or
No.
service you have now.
Because like I've used Google Fi, and then I got burned by them because I thought I could use Google Fi to have keep having a US number, but then apparently if you've been out of the country for X amount of months or something, then they're like, oh, we're gonna cut your service because it's meant for like US people.
Okay, so when it comes to data in different countries, yeah, you're gonna have to have a specific service for that. I don't really know all the different providers that are out there that's best for whatever nation you're gonna go to, but I would say do a little bit more research in that department to find out what plans are available. And you'll want to have a device that either has its own hotspot capability where it just creates a Wi-Fi connection, or could be tethered directly by a USB cable. So a lot of the time you'll get a SIM card. That SIM card has to go into either a cell phone to do the hotspotting, or it could go into a modem that you pay for that's, say, unlocked, that you can just use with any carrier you want, and you just pay for that device that can use that SIM card and then just creates your own hotspot.
Okay, so you're saying I basically need some kind of modem that, yo, thank you very much, Primal. Yo, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it, man. You're saying I would need to have like this modem where I then insert the SIM card into in order to have that coverage. And then alternatively with the TVU live view, this thing has it all built in, is my understanding. Where
I'm not sure. I don't know what they provide, to be honest. Some services they give you that peace of mind to have that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think LiveView is the one that does have that kind of solution, where they give you all the different connections you need. But I would say ask them more information. If you're just going to do like a rental where you just take their hardware for like a month or whatever, it's going to be a flexible period of time where you just take their hardware and get their service for X amount of time. Maybe that could be more feasible and less complicated, but I don't really know.
Okay, okay. Okay, so point being, that's another thing I'll do some research on, which is like, okay, if I go with the Bella box, I need still some kind of cell coverage and some ability to cell bond or have this modem internet thing from the Jeep. But then that's where also the Starlink would come in, because I would have the Starlink hooked up to the Jeep for my actual shoot, right? Or for the stream.
hmm
So
The Starlink can go into the Belux as well. You just have
yeah.
to have a network cable going into it. And I think Starlink has on their device at least one connection out.
So
Right?
then let's imagine if I have the Starlink and the Bella box, and let's say that's it. On the Jeep, I have a Starlink and a Bella box, and then separately, I have my remote PC with the Starlink as well, or remote PC from my home with my Ethernet connection or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either way, that is like the potential best solution to separate your OBS stream from like your IRL stream, some or whatever. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm. Yeah. So like your OBS is going to be on the remote side for sure, just
Yeah,
to
yeah.
limit the amount of bandwidth requirement you need for sure.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, then it sounds like you said, the mini PC could still serve a purpose if I treat it as the remote PC separate from my actual travel kit or like the Jeep stream kit. So that can be set up at a home base where there is a bit more stable connection. Or and is this where if you have a second, let's say if I have a team member, let's say if it's you, for instance, Ironis, right? Just in this hypothetical, and it's like, oh, okay, you get the most exciting job, which is just stay at home in front of this computer, and you just monitor the stream, and then I'll be doing all the fun stuff, and I'm traveling, blah blah blah, and then technically that would work, is what you're saying? Like if a second person is doing all the kind of like monitoring of the OBS.
Yeah. So with Stream Deck, you can create these. Or sorry, StreamerBot. You have their like deck interface
Yeah.
where you can just like a web browser. But essentially, that URL that you have there, you can give it to anybody.
Yeah.
And if you give it to anybody, they can click on all the buttons that you set up on there to mess with OBS or create actions or whatever to connect to your OBS setup. So it's more or less how much time do you want to set up and do that, or if you want to give somebody access to your machine remotely, you can give them the remote access setup.
Okay.
They need it. So it could be done.
And then could I do it myself? Let's say if I have I have my phone in front of me in the Jeep. Am I able to use my phone or an iPad or something to be able to then, using that Stream Deck or whatever from the StreamerBot, I could switch scenes or do whatever I need to?
Yeah. So you could do it through that same deck menu system that I've set up for myself too. The problem just becomes if you have zero connectivity, then you have no way to change scenes or whatever.
Right.
What I've done personally is set it up so that I can do either a button or I can do a chat command. So I can do like exclamation point BRB, for example, and that would switch me to the BRB scene or something like that, right? And that's where StreamerBot can handle both a button press on their deck or from a text input on chat.
And then, so then let's say if I lose connection on the Jeep, but then let's say, how does the remote PC know that it's, so once it recognizes it's lost connection with my Bella box, then it would automatically switch to a scene that I've created that says like BRB or like, momentarily, blah, 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 it will come back, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so there's a tool called NoAlbs. That's NoAlbs, NoAlbs.
Okay.
They have a website, but they also have a cloud service that's free that you just hook up into your OBS and it can do some of the switching for you. It's a smidge more complex through the cloud setup, but ultimately it allows you to kind of set it up once and set it and forget it kind of thing. And you just have to have that cloud relay set up.
Okay.
And
All right.
so this free service on the cloud can control what scene it switches to. You just got to select which one, and
But then OBS has no way to do that on its own, unless I have that second person that's like monitoring.
Well, the NoAlb service does it for you if your connection drops from your remote stream.
And does it only work with Bella Box, or if I end up using like a TVU Live View, you think?
I would assume they have some other setup for that. I don't know. I would assume that their service just knows to go to like a BRB
Okay.
screen or something, but I don't know how their stuff works.
And the final thing, because I know that we've been on this call for a while, I do appreciate it. Also, it's 12:30 a.m. So
Yeah, I gotta go too.
yeah, you know, listen, man, I appreciate it, man. I have to make sure that I'm resubbed to you if I haven't already. I have to double check. At the very least, I owe you that. So if I were to kind of summarize basically what's going on here, it's I had the wrong interpretation of what I was missing a piece to the equation of like how do I stream when I'm IRL, which was like this thing about like the right protocol necessary to then hook onto like one of these platforms. And that's where the Bella box comes in. That's where potentially you're not certain, but it's most likely that a TVU live view also has this functionality, which is separate from the cell bonding, the whole like, you know, modem and connectivity thing. So like whether it's the live view, TVU, or the Bella box, all three of these serve this function, most likely, where it does this kind of protocol compatibility thing to take your stream, your video stream, whatever, and your OBS and pump it into something that Twitch, YouTube can broadcast. And then what's missing is that the Bella box is not a cell bonding kit. So if I go with the Bella box, I still need to address the internet connectivity thing. So that's where either I need to get this modem or I have to look country by country and figure out whatever it is to get like the cell coverage in order to have the connectivity. And or that's where the Starlink comes in, where that can also hook up into a Bella box. So that could be the service. And then the third learning is that I need to have a remote OBS. I need the OBS to be broadcasting separate from my actual physical presence with all the video stuff. Or at the very least, if I am broadcasting, wherever I'm broadcasting the OBS, it has to be using a very stable internet connection. So the best solution that most veteran IRL streamers do is that is completely remote, whether at home or in some location or someone remotely can access. Point is it has to be on a stable network. That way, when your stream inevitably disconnects, you still have a strong connection on the streaming broadcast side. Is everything I said so far, did I say anything drastically wrong?
You got it pretty right. You're pretty much all there. I think the only piece that I'm unsure about in your current setup is just how that Rode Videocaster works, and if that's the right solution for you to do like scene switching and stuff. That would probably be fine. I don't doubt that that's going to be fine, so long as you can get an HDMI out that's appropriate for the Bella box to ingest. Then it's good to go.
I think that one I feel fairly confident about because from everything I've seen, it is literally like you've got the A10 Mini ISO Pro or the Extremes or whatever, and you have this Rodecaster, and then the Rodecaster does all the video switching, and it's got the audio switching built in. It's got the 4 HDMI inputs, and then I think 1 or 2 outputs. I'm not sure. But yeah, it seems to do a really good job. I watched a few videos of, at the very least, I saw some videos on the Rodecaster Video S, which is just a smaller version of the video. And it does a really clean job of doing like the auto switching or being able to show multiple camera views versus one layout, whatever else. And yeah, so it seems like that's taken care of as a good solution to be able to take a bunch of HDMI camera sources and then turn it into like a video feed. So that one I think is fine. It's just a matter of, like you said, it should communicate with the Bella box, and yeah. Oh, wait, the Bella box, does that connect via HDMI or USB-C or USB? I mean.
So there's different ways you can connect to it, right? You can either have it with an HDMI input if you want to have it next to your Rodecaster and have it set up that way. You could, or you could have it on the same network as the Rodecaster if that can connect by like a router or something you might have on the travel there that could then send that directly over like a wireless like a network protocol like RTMP from the Rodecaster or something like that. I don't know what that can send out. Like the Rodecaster, I assume, can normally send off to Twitch with like whatever protocol that Twitch needs, but the Bella box can also take that signal in to then send it as SRTLA.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
like, you
it
can
says
send,
yes, Rodecaster devices can stream to Twitch with the method. Hold on, Rodecaster video.
yeah.
Yes,
So
yeah, it can.
yeah, so that it can take in um, that signal from the local network if it's on like the same hotspot, for example, or whatever connection that you have remotely there. So when you have like a modem and you're out in the wild,
Mm-hmm.
if that modem has the ability to connect into a network device that's available for all your devices, so
Yeah.
say you have your Starlink, right? You're probably going to have like a hotspot router that you can connect to it to then connect to a bunch of different devices, because you don't want to have to like, you know, have every
Ethernet.
single thing going through its own modem or whatever. They're all going to be combined onto some single device somehow. But
Yeah.
the Bella box is a little bit special in that it's going to have its own connections to all these different modems that it needs just to send out your data.
By the way, if the Rodecaster itself can directly stream to Twitch, it says using either Wi-Fi or Ethernet by setting up an RTMP profile with your Twitch stream key. If the Rodecaster can do that directly, does that change the equation whatsoever in all our discussions, or no?
While
if I
it
still need to use
it would
OBS,
be
then it
essentially the same as it being your desktop computer at home, because your desktop computer at home is sending the same RTMP out from OBS. But the problem being that if you're out in the wild and remote, that RTMP is what's called bidirectional, or using like a TCP connection. And if it loses one connection from one end to the other, then it's saying, oh, we're disconnected. And that's where the SR2 protocol kind of fills that gap. Is it can drop, but it can still be really high reliability with multiple connections, even low bit
Okay.
rate, and it'll be flexible. That's the whole point of
the
doing
point
that.
is, like, when I'm in a very iffy situation where the connection's spotty, then I run the risk of it completely dropping. Whereas, like, you still need like this Bella box type thing to keep a stable, steady connection.
Right. But what's
Okay.
cool about the Rodecaster is if you can use RTMP, the Bella box can just take the signal from the Rodecaster wirelessly, so long as they're on the same network.
Okay. But then having that mini PC with OBS running on it, that still wouldn't work then, is what you're saying with my setup?
If you were to use the mini PC,
Like, let's say if the mini PC is connected to the Rodecaster, and the Rodecaster is then providing everything that's compatible with Twitch. I'm making up words now, right? But like, would that somehow magically? So if I have a Rodecaster video in the middle of everything, the mini PC is connecting into the Rodecaster. The mini PC is running OBS, and it's then bringing in the Rodecaster video source. And then if I hit start streaming, would that now be on the proper RTMP blah 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 stream to Twitch thing properly? Like, no different from being at home?
So if you stream from the Rodecaster, it's streaming via RTMP to Twitch. If you're out there remotely in the wild and you're trying to send RTMP, you're going to have trouble.
Okay.
If you even have a mini PC that's sending RTMP, you're going to have trouble. It's the same idea, right? Even though you're using these devices, if they're not hardline connected to a more stable connection, then you're still going to have trouble.
And then how does Starlink change the equation? If we look at like the latest models, or assume that what they say is correct, where it's like, hey, we got like 99 point something percent or 98% uptime, you can get like 30 to 50 Mbps. They've got services where even if you're in a moving vehicle, it literally will keep a steady connection. If I live in a world where, let's say with the Starlink, I do have like supposedly a steady connection, then is it technically possible to have that mini PC with me that's running the OBS without disconnecting or having that issue?
I wouldn't say that it's 99.99% going to never happen, but it could. The idea of having a separate connection that does all that just adds that level of reliability.
Security, yeah.
So there could be, multi-stream platforms that kind of do this service for you, where they kind of give you a bit more window where problems can happen. But, if you have this connection that's super solid and, could be essentially a home connection just via satellite.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know. I've never used Starlink in that capacity.
Yeah.
But the cost alone for that, to have it streaming out from there and, doing all this other stuff, could be too much to the point where it's not really feasible anyway for doing that.
No, I think you sold me on, or I mean, you sold me for sure on like doing this, the not normal way, but the way that most people should do it. I think the other reason is like, yeah, it's conserving on the data package of like, yeah, to run like Starlink for 100 GBs or something that I'll need if let's say if I'm spending 2 weeks or 1 week out in the wild and I'm trying to run streams like for several hours every day, then I might run into like spending more money for that Starlink data. Whereas if, from what you're saying, if I instead go with like a Bella Box unit and have the remote PC, then I can still run Starlink, but I don't need as much data from it because it'll take up less bandwidth.
So to have like a clean video feed from like the Bella Box, you don't need more than say 4,000 megabits per second, or 4,000 kilobits per second, excuse me. So like when you're sending out from Twitch right now, you're sending out at like what, 6K?
I think it's like 4,500 bits.
So your quality to
yeah.
Twitch is probably pretty decent. But if you're sending it to multiple connections, those all add up together, right?
Yeah.
So that can compound and get to a point where on a remote stream, you don't really need a whole lot to go out. You can just have just a little bit of kilobits per second to keep a connection. For SRTLA, you can have as low as 500 kilobits per second and still have video going out, still have audio going out. It may not look perfect, but it will still be connected.
Yeah, my goal was like, 1080, 30 frames per second, maybe 1080, 60 frames. And then I realistically, it was like, okay, let's either just start with Twitch only, or maybe I'll do Twitch plus YouTube. But then my issue was like, okay, if I go with the Starlink, I need to purchase a certain package where I can have more than 50 GBs. I might need like 100 or 200, I don't know. And so then it's like within reason. Let's say if I need to spend the money, fine, maybe I could get away with it. But then my question, I guess, was like, oh, instead of like, does it make a big difference in terms of the bandwidth that Starlink is using if I'm broadcasting the stream via OBS from the Jeep versus if I broadcast the stream from home, which is just using my home network, and somehow would that really reduce the bandwidth, or it would be 1-to-1, like it doesn't matter, it's always going to use the same amount?
It would be about the same amount. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be streaming out from the Jeep, then you can reduce your headroom as much as you want, right? You can have all of your cameras constantly connected to OBS and just stream out at 2 kilobits per second if you wanted to Twitch. Just, it depends on how much you want to shove through there. Again, the more important bit is all the other parts of your stream, like the chat overlay and donations and stuff. If they're going to be as to the minute as possible, they're just not going to be that reliable on a remote connection. But if, like I said, I don't really know how Starlink happens. If it's perfect, then cool. But like there was some couple in Alaska that I was watching yesterday, and they have Starlink, and they're out in the middle of like a lodge in the middle of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
So it could be really stable. I don't really know.
Okay, but even if it's stable, I get your point. Man, well, thank you. Listen, because I think I can keep going and asking you more and more questions. So listen, I appreciate it. Thanks for being back. I appreciate the resub as well. I'm going to make sure to check and make sure that I'm subbed to you. Wait, when are you streaming next?
I plan to stream IRL on Thursday. I'm going to have I have some new things coming to me on Wednesday. I'm hoping to recabobble my IRL stream into a new bag and hopefully reduce my footprint a little bit.
Nice.
And I ordered some new battery banks, but I don't know when they arrive. Not until sometime soon. But
okay,
we'll see how that goes.
All right. Well, listen, I'm gonna try to hop onto that stream, for sure, man. Depending on my schedule as well, or what time.
My brain off.
Yeah. All right, dude. Thank you. Honestly, I appreciate it. This is super helpful. I have a lot more research to do apparently, but I think the general things I need to purchase, it's still solid, and then it's just a question of some of these network things. But
I'm going to give you a link real quick. I'm just going to put it in the chat. But this is essentially the pieces I bought for my IRL rig. They are not required in any capacity, all the pieces, but just to give you an idea of how much I've kind of invested on this.
yeah,
I wouldn't say this is anywhere near what you need to do because you already have a lot of the pieces, but you can kind of see some of the breakdown of what I bought.
Oh, awesome, man. Well, I see the link, I think, on Twitch. Let me just copy it over now before I forget. And then we'll pop it over here. And then King Kruk says good. Wait, I missed it. Where is it? King Cuck, my bad. King Kruk says good info. Keep us posted on the progress, Joe Bell. Yeah, listen, super helpful. Yeah, I'm obviously consuming all the knowledge, and yeah, we'll see. But listen, man, Cyronius, in the future, let's say if all this works out and I'm going out into the world and I'm doing these like IRL streams, but in like the most exotic locations and stuff. At some point, you have to join me. We'll do like a, you can run the stream together. I'll get you to do some wildlife photography or whatever else. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we want to set up more stuff together once we get closer to that finish line, we can do the whole remote modification stuff where you need people to run your show or whatever. We could look at that a little closer.
No, you gotta join me, man. I was just kidding about giving you the I was kidding about you doing the boring stuff. I was saying like
I'd have to figure that one out, but that sounds like a lot of fun, to be honest.
Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk later. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Bye.
All right. Thank you again. Shout out to Cyronius on the Twitch side. Everyone should definitely give him a follow. And yeah, thanks guys for sticking with me as I was doing. I don't know if troubleshooting is the right word for that, because it's not like a tech problem right now, but it is a tech problem in the future, as I am. Hopefully this will give you a sense that I am trying to treat this seriously in terms of how can I effectively bring this home studio stream concept into what I love doing, which is traveling and capturing wildlife out in the wild live, right? So that is the big next step for me. The whole reason I started doing these home live streams was in preparation for once I start traveling and take it with me. So in that name, I've been doing all this research. And probably one thing I forgot to say, but let's say I'm trying to collect a lot of the kit. I have so as I buy all the tech required stuff, the last things that I'm going to purchase would be like the Bella box or the TVU live view, right? Because those are like these real, or even the Starlink, those are like the most expensive pieces. So I'm kind of buying some of the underlying things that I need, including the audio video switchers, just the bits and bobs, as Cyronius says, as the British say. So I'm buying those now. And then as I get to a point and I do the research, I will do some testing in Dubai. So the goal would be, I have some buddies that, I'm thinking I might just do a road trip. And maybe I have a buddy who's got a Jeep. I know a few people with Jeeps, I think. But let's say if I go on a road trip and I rig up his Jeep with some cameras, just like a bare bones one camera or whatever. And then I'll try to do a test. I'll try to test with whether it's a Bella box, with whatever else. Let's just do an IRL stream from Dubai. And maybe we'll go camping out in the desert. And then I'll see if the stream works. And that'll be like my first pilot, and take some learnings, and then hopefully feel much more confident that once we travel to another country, now we're like in the major leagues. But yeah, we won't feel so out of place. Cyroni says the Orange Pi 5 Plus is a bit harder to get these days. I don't know how accessible that is in Dubai. Okay, fair enough. Another thing I'll keep in mind as we look into this. Okay, guys, it is now 12:45 a.m. Thank you, everyone. I should probably just end the stream quickly because I feel bad. I forgot what time it is, and my friend is sleeping in the other room, and my friend has to wake up super early. So thank you. I should have been whispering more often. I got lost in the sauce. TikTok, thank you very much. We got almost 1,000 hearts on the TikTok live stream. I still don't know how to monitor my TikTok stream. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you if people are watching it, but at the very least, it does say that 881 hearts were provided, or likes, to the live stream. So I'll take that as a good sign. So thank you for those of you who are somehow watching me on TikTok. Let me switch over to the main cam over there as well as we're ending things. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Aikida says, have a great rest of your evening. Thank you. There is no more evening to talk about. It is now 1 a.m. we're on to the next day. But thank you. Thanks, Ikidis, for sticking through all that. Hopefully it was good knowledge. And then, yeah, thank you everyone on the Twitch. Thank you to Yami for the raid early on, and to Honyasu. Oh yeah, we got 2 raids today, so thank you guys. I do appreciate that. I'm going to end the stream now. I've been talking too much. Yapping, as Ikidis says. Okay, hopefully you guys can even hear me, because I am kind of whisper mode. All right.